Welcome back, brothers, to Amalur. Tonight's story, we're diving into the lore of Calgar. As always, before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. And be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. You've been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
Vigilus burned beneath the wound in heaven. The great rift stretched across the void like the opened belly of a murdered god, its impossible colors bleeding through the darkness in vast curtains of bruise purple, corpse blue, and arterial red. Lightning crawled within it without thunder. Shapes moved behind the radiance, too immense and too malformed for mortal sight, pressing against the skin of reality as though the Imperium itself desired entry. MARNEUS CALGAR watched the abomination from the command deck of the Thunderhawk Valor's blade. The gunship shook around him as it cleared the launch bay of the descending strike cruiser. Warning runes ignited across the restraint throne, built to bear the mass of the armor of Heracles. Amber became red. Red became crimson. The machine spirit shrieked through the pilot's console. Calgar did not look away from Vigilus. The sentinel world was half concealed beneath ash and industrial filth. Its continents were not the works of nature. Hive sprawls, manufacturing belts, excavation fields, and mountain ranges of accumulated refuse had reshaped the planet across thousands of years. The world's night side glittered with fires broad enough to be seen from orbit. Some were burning cities. Others marked battles involving armies so vast that the death of 1 million soldiers altered nothing beyond the columns of an administratum ledger. The void above Vigilus was worse. Burning transports drifted without guidance, their hulls opened from prow to stern. Frozen crewmen spilled from ruptures in slow, tumbling processions, still tethered to one another by prayer cords and emergency lines. A shattered defense monitor rotated through a cloud of its own armor plates. Its lance batteries fired at empty space, obeying the last command impressed upon its dying machine spirit. Minefields blinked amid the debris. Wrecked fighters collided with corpses, and each impact sent bodies spinning toward the planet below. A Navy destroyer burned across the Thunderhawk's path. Its engines had been torn away. The vessel's exposed decks glowed white with uncontrolled reactor heat. Thousands of crewmen still lived inside it. Calgar could see their distress signal scrolling across the tactical feed, repeating a request for recovery that no ship had the time or capacity to answer. The destroyer passed beneath them and vanished into the upper atmosphere. No one aboard the Valor's blade spoke. Calgar remembered another silence. He remembered Varro Tigurius standing within the fortress of Hera, his face pale beneath the cables of the psychic hood. Blood had run from the chief librarian's nostrils. His hands had trembled despite the discipline of centuries. Tigurius had seen Vigilus beneath a black sun. He had seen the Nachman gauntlet choked by warships, and the stars beyond it fading one after another. Then, Robert Gilliman had spoken, not through a relay, not through an astropath's second-hand recollection. The Primarch had stood before Calgar, vast even by the measure of the Adeptus Astartes, the Emperor's sword burning at his side. Vigilus must not fall. The words had contained neither reassurance nor qualification. The Sentinel world guarded one of the few stable passages through the Great Rift. If that artery closed, Imperial worlds beyond the Cicatrix Maledictum would be severed from reinforcement, command, and hope. Entire sectors would become isolated kingdoms of starvation and madness. Astropathic choirs would scream unheard. Regiments would fight until their last cartridges were spent, never knowing that no relief fleet could reach them. Planets would die alone in the dark. Vigilus was not a world, it was a gate. Every soul upon it was expendable if their deaths kept that gate open. Hostile contacts, the pilot announced. Red icons multiplied across the hololithic display. Orc aircraft came first, crewed attack planes hammering through the cloud cover on engines that shed burning fuel. Their wings were patched with scavenged armor, their fuselages painted in violent checks and glyphs. Autocannons flashed beneath their noses. Rockets spiraled from overloaded racks, with little concern for target or trajectory. Behind them came Imperial pattern interceptors, broadcasting obsolete recognition cant. Their transponders identified them as loyal defense squadrons, but their formation was wrong. They flew too close, turning in perfect unity around a central aircraft marked with the many-armed sigil of the cult. Farther below, orbital defense platforms rotated toward the descending formation. "Evasive course available," the pilot said. "Eastern descent corridor remains viable." "How much time?" Calgar asked. 17 minutes added to atmospheric approach, Lord." "Rejected." The pilot did not hesitate. "Acknowledged." Pedro Cantor stood secured within the troop bay, one gauntlet locked around an overhead restraint. The chapter master of the Crimson Fists watched the defense platforms acquire them. "Those 17 minutes may cost us the gunship," Cantor said. Calgar turned his head. "They will cost Hyperia more." The first lance struck the formation. A storm raven ahead of them ceased to exist. Its hull became a sphere of white light, then a storm of burning fragments. One wing spun past the Thunderhawk, shedding pieces of blackened ceramite and the remains of a space marine whose lower body had been vaporized. The corpse struck the Valor's blade hard enough to crack against the armor glass. Heavy bolters opened from the Thunderhawk's wings. Tracer fire crossed the ash clouds in incandescent streams. An Orc aircraft flew directly into the barrage. Its engine burst through its cockpit, crushing the pilot against the canopy before the entire machine tumbled into a transport below. Both craft broke apart. Bodies rained from the wreckage, some burning, some still moving. The Genestealer-controlled interceptors attacked from beneath. One climbed almost vertically, its guns punching through a Stormhawk's belly. The loyal fighter rolled away, trailing fuel and entrails from its ruptured cockpit. Its pilot ejected too late. The seat struck the Stormhawk's tail and burst into a red cloud. "Maintain heading," Calgar ordered. The Thunderhawks descended through the slaughter. Missiles flashed past the hull. Countermeasures burst. Orc fighters collided with one another in their eagerness to close. A defense platform shell detonated among the gunships, crushing 3 aircraft beneath a wall of pressure and shrapnel. The Valor's blade plunged through the expanding fireball. Molten fragments rang against its armor like thrown coins. Calgar watched the altitude runes fall. He did not flinch when the gunship beside them took a rocket through its cockpit. He did not turn when its pilot's last cry tore across the squadron channel. He did not order rescue when the damaged craft vanished into the smoke below. Every minute mattered. Every life had already been weighed. The towers of Saints Haven rose through the ash like the bones of a buried colossus. Void shields flickered around the inner fortress, each impact spreading pale light across the polluted sky. Anti-aircraft batteries fired from cathedral roofs. Macro shells climbed past the descending gunships, their passage hammering the air. The Valor's blade struck the landing platform hard enough to crater the ferrocrete. Calgar was moving before the assault ramp reached the ground. He emerged into heat, sirens, and the stench of burning promethium. Human soldiers crowded the platform's defensive works. Some cheered when they saw the blue of the Ultramarines. Others merely stared. They were too exhausted for hope. Their uniforms were stiff with old blood. Several wore bandages already black with infection. A gun crew served an autocannon beside the headless remains of their loader because there had been no time to remove him. Cantor descended behind Calgar, his scarred armor bearing the crimson fist of his chapter. The defenders saw 2 chapter masters walking among them. They stood straighter. That, Calgar reflected, was another resource. The Vigilus Senate had gathered within a strategium constructed beneath the governor's palace. The chamber had once been a place of ceremony. Saints of marble watched from alcoves. Gold thread banners hung between armored pillars. Incense struggled against the smell of sweat, machine oil, and fear. The hololithic image of Vigilus burned above a table of blackstone. Arguments raged beneath it. A magos of the Adeptus Mechanicus demanded immediate reinforcement of the extraction complexes. His voice emerged through a brass grill as a sequence of cold accusations. The loss of Blackstone excavation Nexus Tertius will reduce viable noctilith yield beyond acceptable strategic parameters. Organic population. Centers possess inferior relevance. An Astra Militarum Lord General struck the table with his fist. Your damned mines cannot hold a rifle. Hyperia's eastern line has been breached in 12 locations. I require armored reserves, artillery shells, and men. You require replacement command capacity, the Magos replied. Your casualty expenditure demonstrates inefficiency. A planetary noble rose from his throne, robes trembling around his thin body. My household controls the western aquifers. I demand priority evacuation for my bloodline and retainers. Without legitimate continuity, civil order. Your bloodline? Cantor asked. The noble looked toward him and faltered. Cantor's voice remained quiet. Men are being eaten alive in the transit warrens, and you speak of your blood. A Space Marine captain from another chapter demanded autonomy for his remaining companies. A naval representative insisted that the orbital docks must supersede all ground objectives. Priests called for public executions. Administratum officials pleaded for time to reconcile contradictory tithe inventories. Each voice rose above the next. Calgar stood at the chamber entrance and listened. He allowed them to reveal themselves. Fear stripped away ceremony. It showed him who desired victory, who desired survival, and who could no longer distinguish between the two. The Magos feared lost resources. The general feared military collapse. The noble feared death. The priests feared disorder more than defeat. Pedro Cantor watched Calgar instead of the arguing Senate. He had known commanders who silenced dissent at once. Such men mistook obedience for understanding. Calgar let the dispute continue until every ambition lay exposed upon the table. Then he walked forward. The sound of the armor of Heracles crossing the stone floor ended the argument more effectively than a shouted order. Calgar reached the Blackstone table. He removed a shield. The sigil of Rabaut Guilliman appeared above it. No one spoke. By command of the Lord Commander of the Imperium, Calgar said, I assume supreme authority over the defense of Vigilus and all military operations within the system. The noble found enough courage to object. The Senate possesses ancient rights. Extinguished. The word struck harder than a fist. Calgar looked around the chamber. Your holdings no longer belong to you. Your vessels no longer belong to you. Every weapon, ration, manufactorum, labor battalion, reservoir, regiment and child capable of carrying ammunition belongs to this war. The Magos inclined his head by a fraction. Clarification. Priority status of excavation assets. Subordinate to the survival of the gauntlet. The machine priest's lenses contracted. The Lord General stepped closer to the display. Then you have seen the eastern projections. I have. They cannot be held. No. The admission chilled the room. Calgar expanded the planetary image. Dozens of districts glowed beneath his hand. Habitation sectors, refineries, transit cities, agricultural vats, populations measured in millions. These zones will be stripped of ammunition, fuel, water processing units, and transport capacity, he said. Industrial machinery capable of removal will be relocated to Hyperia and Saints Haven. The noble stared at the highlighted districts. My estates are there. Not any longer. How will the population evacuate? They will not. Silence returned, deeper than before. Cantor's expression hardened. Calgar continued. Production schedules will remain unchanged. Civilian Vox traffic will be maintained. Local defense formations will continue visible operations. Enemy observation must conclude that these districts remain strategically valuable. The Lord General understood first. You intend to use them as decoys. I intend to use the enemy's appetite against him. There are millions of loyal citizens in those zones, Cantor said. Every face turned toward the Crimson Fist. Calgar met his gaze. There are billions on Vigilus. Before Cantor could answer, Warning klaxons sounded through the palace. The hololith changed. Hyperia's transit arteries appeared beneath the world map. One of the primary routes pulsed red, then another, then 6 more. A Vox officer tore the receiver from his ear. Blood ran from beneath the headset. Cult uprising within the central junctions. Defense cohorts report pure strain organisms. Aberrants have breached the armored rail gates. The line is collapsing. The Lord General began issuing orders. Calgar overrode him. Ready my gunship. Crimson Fists and Ultramarines will deploy at the primary breach. Commit the nearest Cadian artillery group. My lord, the general said, the tunnels are filled with our own troops. Then order them to advance. Calgar turned from the table. Cantor followed. Hyperia greeted them with artillery. Earthshaker shells fell into the transit district, while the gunships were still descending. The roadways below convulsed. Ferrocrete erupted through crowds of cultists and loyal soldiers alike. Bodies rose amid slabs of roadway, turning slowly before the next bombardment smashed them back into the ruins. Repulsor executioners advanced between burning hab blocks, gravitic plates crushing rubble and corpses into red paste. Intercessors moved behind them in disciplined files. Redemptor dreadnoughts strode through the smoke, their heavy weapons firing without pause. The cult came from the tunnels in a living flood. Workers in blood-stained coveralls charged beside malformed hybrids. Mining lasers cut through armor. Autoguns hammered against ceramite. Cult icons rose above them, decorated with severed hands and the flayed faces of planetary officials. Children of the true blood, a cult demagogue screamed. The day of ascension. A bolt round entered his mouth. The mass-reactive shell detonated inside his throat. His head separated in a spray of teeth, bone and pulped brain matter. The body remained standing for a heartbeat before the crowd trampled it beneath their boots. Calgar advanced. The gauntlets of Ultramar thundered. Their master-crafted bolters fired in alternating rhythm, each shot chosen rather than sprayed. One shell burst inside a hybrid's chest and threw its 4 arms in different directions. Another penetrated an aberrant's eye and exploded behind the skull, hurling grey matter across those following it. Cantor fought to his right, Dawn's arrow roaring in his fist. Crimson Fists formed around their chaptermaster, cutting disciplined lanes through the mob. The Genestealers struck from the walls. Pale bodies unfolded from maintenance shafts, claws scraping sparks from the metal. One landed upon an intercessor and drove its talons through his gorget. The Marine's head tore backward, spinal tissue stretching between the ruined helmet and torso. Calgar seized the creature before it could leap away. His power fist closed around its skull. Bone resisted for less than an instant. The Genestealer's head collapsed with a wet crack. Its eyes burst between Calgar's fingers. He hurled the corpse into the next attacker, breaking both organisms against the tunnel wall. Left conduit, he ordered. A Redemptor pivoted and fired. Plasma consumed the passage. Cultists vanished into blue-white radiance. Those at the edge of the blast survived long enough to run forward without skin, their muscles cooking upon their bones before bolter fire tore them apart. An aberrant smashed through the wreckage of a transport carriage. It was enormous, its shoulders swollen with stolen muscle, its arms ending in mining claws crusted with human remains. It struck a repulsor and tore open the side armor. Calgar moved into its reach. The mining claw descended. He caught it upon one gauntlet, turned beneath the blow, and drove the other fist into the creature's face. The power field erased its features. His second strike shattered the sternum. Ribs punched through the aberrant's back in a white fan. A third blow folded the torso around his arm and burst the abdomen, spilling loops of intestine across the roadway. Calgar tore his fist free. Advance. The word passed through the line. Astartes moved over the dead. Hours later, the central artery belonged to the Imperium again. The tunnels were carpeted with bodies. Blood ran through drainage channels already blocked by limbs, spent casings and strips of Genestealer carapace. Servitors pushed the dead into incineration trenches, while guardsmen executed the wounded cultists. Cantor found Calgar beside the shattered railgate. "The abandoned districts," he said. Calgar did not turn. "What of them? You have condemned them without warning. I have assigned them a function. They are Imperial citizens. They are already dead. I have chosen what their deaths will purchase." Cantor's jaw tightened. There must be a line beyond which necessity becomes surrender. Calgar looked at him then. Compassion without the power to save anyone is self-indulgence. Before Cantor could answer, every Vox unit in the tunnel activated. Dead servitors lifted their heads. Broken speakers whispered through blood-clogged grills. The voice entered command helms, vehicle cabins, and the mouths of corpses whose implants still carried current. It was deep, exultant, and filled with the promise of ruin. "People of Vigilus, hear me." The gunfire faded. Even the wounded fell silent. "I am Harkon Worldclaimer, herald of the War Master. Count your remaining days with care. Raise your walls. Muster your armies. Pray to your corpse upon terror." The voice became laughter inside Calgar's helm. "In 80 days your sentinel world will fall." A Vox officer reached for the emergency cutoff. "Do not silence it," Calgar said. The officer froze. "Record every transmission. Preserve every word." Cantor studied him. "Why?" Calgar looked down the tunnel, where the dead lay piled beneath the banners of the Imperium. "Because he has given us a weapon." By the end of the first hour, Vigilus had ceased to resemble a world. It existed only as light upon the strategium table. Continents of red lumens burned beneath MARNEUS CALGAR's armored hands. Enemy concentrations pulsed across the false landmasses. Orc glyphs advanced along the ash wastes in swarms of crude green icons. Genestealer infestations spread beneath the hive sprawls as branching veins of violet. Reports of traitor activity multiplied within Imperial territory, appearing behind defensive lines, inside supply depots, and among refugee columns that had passed every inspection. The remaining blue of Imperial control diminished with each update. Calgar stood over the hololith for an entire planetary cycle. Servitors replaced one another when their biological components overheated. Lex mechanics collapsed from exhaustion and were dragged away. Officers came before the chapter master with casualty reports, ammunition tallies, reinforcement requests, and explanations for failures that had already cost hundreds of thousands of lives. Calgar listened to each of them. He dismissed none without hearing the full account. When they had finished speaking, he reduced their wars to arithmetic. "Hyperia remains essential," he said. The hive sprawl turned gold beneath his gauntlet. "Saints Haven remains essential. The orbital batteries covering the western ascent corridors remain essential. The Omniscian relay chain remains essential, while any portion of it can be reclaimed." More gold spread across the display. The Lord General beside him watched in silence. His uniform had once been black. Vigilus dust had stained it the color of old bone. Calgar marked another series of districts in amber. "These sectors may be retained if doing so does not compromise the primary line. Their populations may be evacuated only where transport is not required for materiel." The Lord General swallowed. Calgar changed the remainder of the world to red. The color swallowed hive districts, agrivats, refineries, pilgrimage roads, labor settlements, and fortified towns. It covered territories where millions of guardsmen still fought beneath regimental standards. It covered cities whose rulers continued to transmit declarations of loyalty. It covered manufactorums whose workers believed relief columns were already approaching. "What designation shall be entered for the red sectors?" asked an administratum adept. "Expended." The adept stylus hesitated above the "My lord, several remain under Imperial control." "They will not remain so." "Then shall I record them as projected losses?" "No, record them as expended." The distinction was not semantic. A projected loss remained part of future planning. An expended asset had already served its purpose. Calgar enlarged the casualty projections. Columns of figures rose through the hololith. They counted soldiers, laborers, pilgrims, nobles, servitors, and hive-born children with equal indifference. The estimates changed too rapidly for the strategium's cogitators to reconcile. Entire regiments disappeared between one calculation and the next. The numbers did not trouble Calgar because they were large. They troubled him because they were incomplete. "Water reserves," he said. The display changed again. The war vanished. Reservoirs, purification plants, subterranean pipelines and pumping stations took its place. Most glowed black, signifying contamination or confirmed destruction. Others flickered as their machine spirits returned contradictory readings. The Lord General pointed toward the southern network. The Aquadyne processors continue functioning at less than half capacity. For how long? 3 days if the filtration chambers remain stable. Less if the cult has introduced biological matter into the lower cisterns. And OTEC? Contested? The Space Wolves hold sections of the reservoir works. The Pauper Princes hold others. Nobody controls the distribution gates. Atmospheric reclamation? Insufficient. The truth settled over the chamber. Vigilus possessed ammunition enough to sustain the war for weeks. It possessed fuel enough to move armies and power void shields. It possessed men in such numbers that commanders could lose a regiment every hour and continue fighting. It did not possess water. The planet was a dust-blasted grave, disguised as an industrial world. Its inhabitants survived through a chain of ancient pumps, condensers, and purification shrines that had been failing before the invasion began. Now sabotage, bombardment, and infestation had broken that chain in a dozen places. "Redirect all confirmed reserves," Calgar said. "Priority is to Adeptus Astartes installations, void shield reactors, operational manufactorums, and Astra Militarum formations assigned to the primary line." The Administratum Adept looked up. "My lord, that allocation leaves the lower habitation tiers without supply." "Yes." "Civil mortality will begin within days." "Yes." The Adept's lips moved around another objection. It never emerged. Calgar regarded the water map. "Seal the lower tier distribution valves. Station troops at every control point. Any unauthorized attempt to breach a conduit is to be treated as sabotage of the war effort." The order passed through the noosphere, through military vox channels, and down into the sweating depths of the hives. Far below Saints Haven, rusted valves turned, pipes shuddered, water ceased flowing into communal tanks. Men gathered beneath dry taps and listened to air cough from the corroded mouths. They scraped condensation from walls with knives. They split devotional candles and sucked the rancid moisture from the wax. Within hours, queues became mobs. At the transit gates, kilometers of civilians pressed against armored barriers. They carried ration tins, household icons, and children too weak to walk. Men hammered upon the gates with tools until their hands broke. Arbeit's loudhailers ordered them to return to their assigned hab zones. Nobody obeyed. The crowd knew the upper districts still possessed water. They could hear pumping machinery beyond the walls. Transports waited upon the other side. There were enough to save several million. Calgar studied their manifests. Heavy bolter ammunition, Lehman Russ engine assemblies, Medici supplies, replacement tracks, Promethium drums, Earthshaker shells. Men occupied more volume than ammunition and consumed resources while being moved. The calculation required no contemplation. "Evacuation request denied," he said. The Lord General stared at the manifests. Those haulers could make 2 civilian rotations before the artillery convoy is assembled. They will remain available for immediate military loading. We would save lives. We would delay the armored reserves by hours. Then the answer remains no. The Lord General bowed his head. As ordered. Beyond the sealed gates, The crowd heard engines starting. They believed rescue had come. The first transports emerged from their depots loaded with shells. Men thrust their fingers through gaps in the barriers and screamed blessings to the Emperor. Others shouted the names of districts already burning. When the vehicles turned away from the evacuation concourse, hope became rage. Bodies crushed against the gates. Ribs cracked. Children vanished beneath boots. The foremost men were pressed so tightly against the adamantine that rivets punched into their flesh. Blood ran beneath the barrier in narrow streams. The Arbites fired shock mauls into the crowd. When the crowd continued forward, they used shotguns. The dead remained standing because there was nowhere for them to fall. Calgar read the report and moved to the next matter. Magentine arms had ceased production. The Manufactorum complex supplied munitions to 3 major Imperial fronts. Its assembly lines consumed metal, chemical propellant, and human labor without interruption. A halt measured in minutes deprived soldiers of thousands of cartridges. A halt measured in hours killed regiments. The workers had learned that the water convoys were being redirected. They had abandoned the loading galleries, overwhelmed their overseers, and sealed several production halls. Picked feeds showed laborers holding tools above their heads. Some carried banners bearing the Aquila. Others displayed handwritten prayers asking why loyal servants of the throne had been denied the means to live. Calgar watched one worker stand upon an ammunition press. "We make the Emperor's bullets," the man shouted into a stolen voxcaster. "We ask only for the Emperor's water." The picked feed shook as the crowd roared. "Restore production," Calgar said. An Arbites marshal bowed. "The insurgents have occupied the primary stamping halls. Suppression fire risks damaging sacred machinery." "Then do not strike the machinery." The marshal understood. "Human losses are unrestricted. The facility must resume full output." Arbites formations entered Magentine arms behind slab shields. Commissarial cadres came with them. They fired disciplined volleys down walkways packed with laborers. Shotgun blasts tore men open against machines they had served since childhood. Limbs fell onto conveyor belts and traveled beneath stamping pistons. Bone fragments mixed with brass casings. The machinery never stopped. When a laborer attempted to disable a shell press, an Arbite's executioner shot him through the spine. The press caught his arm, drew him inward, and flattened his upper body with enough force to spray blood across 3 production lines. Workers screamed as scraps of his uniform emerged among newly stamped casings. Commissars established execution stations beside the loading galleries. Every 10th surviving worker was dragged from the line and shot. The remaining men returned to their stations beneath walls streaked with the blood of their kin. Servo skulls recited catechisms of obedience, while body removal servitors pulled corpses from beneath the machinery. Production resumed before the end of the hour. Calgar entered the revised figures into the wider calculation. The planet offered him another answer. Orc spearheads advancing from the ash wastes were converging upon the same transit routes used by Genestealer forces moving between Dirkden and Hyperia. Imperial commanders had responded according to instinct, firing upon both. Calgar ordered several batteries to cease. The Lord General looked sharply toward him. "The greenskin columns are exposed." "Correct. We can destroy them before they reach the fort wall. We can expend ammunition to achieve what the cult will perform for us." The hololith displayed a corridor between 2 weakened Imperial positions. Beyond it lay a Genestealer-controlled district, beneath which Auspec's readings suggested extensive brood tunnels. "Reduce resistance along this route," Calgar said. "Allow the orcs through. And after they enter the district, close the route behind them." The order traveled to the front. Imperial infantry withdrew from prepared trenches under cover of smoke. Orc outriders saw weakness and charged. Warbikes screamed through the breach, tires throwing dust and human remains into the air. Trucks followed, overloaded with roaring greenskins. Battle wagons crushed abandoned firing positions beneath iron rollers. "Darhumes is running," An orc bellowed from the lead vehicle. "Get after 'em, lads! More speed! More Dakar!" The War poured into the corridor. It reached the first Genestealer barricades before the cult understood the Imperial retreat had been deliberate. Mining lasers opened from hab windows. Orc vehicles burst apart in balls of orange flame. The survivors leapt from the wreckage, laughing, hacking through cultists with cleavers and chainsaws. Pure-restrained Genestealers emerged from tunnels and tore orcs into green slabs of meat. The greenskins answered with burners, filling the subterranean entrances with fire. Then, Imperial artillery struck behind them. Earthshaker shells obliterated the route by which the orcs had entered. Hab blocks collapsed across the roadway. Basilisks continued firing until the retreat corridor had become a wall of pulverized ferrocrete and mangled greenskin bodies. Trapped, the orcs drove forward. The battle consumed the district. Millions died over the following hours. Cultists flooded upward from the brood tunnels. Greenskin reinforcements tried to break through the Imperial bombardment from outside. Isolated guard companies found themselves trapped between both Xeno's armies. Their distress calls reached Saints Haven. "Command, this is Fortification Cadmus," a captain reported through a roar of gunfire. "We have greenskins against the western revetments and hybrids inside the eastern galleries. Request immediate extraction. We have wounded and ammunition for less than 20 minutes. The Lord General turned to Calgar. A withdrawal route could still be opened. Calgar examined the tactical image. The captain's position was visible to both enemy forces. Its continued resistance suggested that the Imperial line remained committed to the district. If the fortification fell too quickly, the cult might recognize the deception and withdraw before the orcs reached the brood chambers. "Request denied," Calgar said. The captain's breathing filled the channel. "My lord, we cannot hold. You will hold for 11 minutes. We will be dead in 5. Then make the enemy spend 10 killing you." The transmission ended. Fortification Cadmus remained active for 7 minutes. Its final picked capture showed orcs pouring over the western wall, while Genestealers climbed from within. Guardsmen fought back to back around a burning regimental standard. A greenskin cleaver split the captain from shoulder to hip. Before his body separated, his dead hand triggered the demolition charges. The fortification vanished. The explosion collapsed the brood tunnels beneath it and killed thousands from both armies. Calgar marked the position expended. He left the strategium only to inspect the outer defense lines. Deserters had been gathered beside a trench filled with powdered lime. Some had abandoned posts. Others bore signs of Genestealer contamination: ridged brows, unusual bone growth, additional joints hidden beneath uniforms. A few had been condemned merely because their units could no longer verify their identities. A commissar stood beside the trench with a smoking bolt pistol. He saluted as Calgar approached. "Discipline restored, my lord. 143 traitors executed." Calgar looked into the trench. The bolt pistol had made identification difficult. Heads were burst open. Torsos had been hollowed by detonations. Lime turned pink beneath leaking blood and brain matter. "How many confirmed infected?" Calgar asked. 31. "How many confirmed deserters?" 87. "And the remainder?" "Unverified personnel, my lord. I judge severity preferable to risk." "That was not my question." The commissar's face tightened. 25. Calgar looked at the ammunition attendant. Empty magazines lay stacked beside him. "You have expended 143 bolt shells." The commissar had expected approval. Confusion entered his eyes. "Yes, my lord." "Why?" "To ensure immediate termination. You are stationed upon a front reporting ammunition shortages." Realization dawned slowly. Calgar pointed toward the sheathed power sabers carried by the commissariat cadre. "Use blades. Firearms are authorized where contamination makes proximity tactically unsound, not for convenience." The commissar saluted again, less proudly. "As ordered." A siren interrupted the inspection. Hub Kappa 8. 7-6 had come under attack. The water convoy moving through the hub had been surrounded by pilgrims belonging to the mission of the Benevolent Hand. They had displayed ministorum seals, carried icons of imperial saints, and requested permission to bless the tankers before they continued toward Hyperia. Then they had drawn weapons. Calgar was aboard a command gunship before the complete report arrived. Below him, the convoy burned. The Cadian 92nd Heavy Infantry had formed defensive blocks around the remaining tankers. Their firing lines intersected between overturned haulers and shattered devotional statues. Laser flashed in disciplined ranks. Heavy bolters ripped through the disguised cultists, cutting robes, limbs, and torsos into pieces. The Benevolent Hand came on chanting, "Blessed is the wound, blessed is the hand unseen, blessed is the serpent beneath the skin." Autoguns and stolen plasma weapons answered the Cadians. Men fell with fist-sized holes burned through their chests. A tanker ruptured, releasing thousands of liters of water across the roadway. The crowd screamed and threw itself into the flow. They drank beside the dead. They cupped it in helmets and hands. Then Promethium from a wrecked transport reached the flood and ignited. Fire raced across the water. Men became torches. Skin tightened, blackened and split. Bodies thrashed in the burning torrent while the Cadians continued firing over them. "High-altitude insertion," Calgar ordered. "Inceptors to the northern approach." Armored figures fell from the cloud cover like meteors. Their jump packs ignited at the final moment. The Inceptors struck among the cultists, crushing bodies beneath their boots. Assault bolters roared at point-blank range. One burst tore through 6 men packed shoulder to shoulder, distributing their organs across the side of a tanker. Then, the Alpha Legion revealed itself. Cadian officers died first. Bolt rounds came from positions believed secure. A kill team in scaled blue-green armor emerged from maintenance vaults behind the Imperial firing blocks. Their movements were precise, without the frenzy of common cultists. One legionary fired into the rear of a heavy weapons squad, detonating 3 men and their ammunition. Another drove a blade through a Cadian sergeant's mouth and out through the base of his skull. Calgar redirected the Inceptors without hesitation. The Cadians tightened their formation as traitors struck from both sides. They died in ordered ranks, each falling man replaced by the soldier behind him. Lasfire scorched Alpha Legion plate. Plasma burned through ceramite. The traitors answered with bolters that transformed human bodies into collapsing clouds of meat. Calgar's gunship hammered the maintenance vaults with Lascanon fire. Stone and armor erupted. The kill team withdrew beneath the hub before the Inceptors could close, leaving cultists to die in its place. Victory came after another hour. The Benevolent Hand was annihilated. The surviving Alpha Legionaries escaped. Most of the Cadian 92nd lay dead around the convoy. The water was ruined. It covered the roadway in a poisoned mixture of blood, ash, promethium, and chemical runoff. Severed heads floated in the gutters. Burning men had boiled where they fell. Tanker servitors continued attempting to pump the contaminated liquid through broken hoses. The surviving Cadian colonel faced Calgar with half his face wrapped in a field dressing. "My regiment requires withdrawal and reconstitution, Lord. We have lost most of our strength. You will redeploy to the Magentine approaches." The colonel stared at him. "Immediately?" "Immediately. My men have fought without relief for 2 days. They will fight for a third. We no longer possess the numbers to hold a full frontage." Calgar looked across the dead. "Then you have lost most of your logistical burden." The colonel's remaining eye hardened. He saluted. "Cadia stands. See that you do likewise." The first astropath began screaming before Calgar returned to Saints Haven. By the time he reached the Strategium, the entire choir had joined him. Their cries traveled through the palace conduits. Blood ran from sealed chamber doors. Servo skulls fell from the air as psychic pressure burned out their systems. One astropath tore his own tongue free with his teeth. Another battered his head against the transmission lectern until bone entered his brain. Something vast had entered the system's psychic horizon. The hololith flickered. A void officer appeared in grainy blue light, his face drained of color. "Confirm translation signatures," he said. "Black Legion capital vessels, numerous escorts, more contacts emerging behind them." Calgar studied the growing formation. At its center was a shape older than the Imperium, a warship whose name had survived 10,000 years of treachery and slaughter. The vengeful spirit had come to Vigilus. Harkon Worldclaimer had promised the death of a world, but he was not the hand upon the blade. He was only the voice announcing its descent. Storvhal burned beneath Harkon Worldclaimer's boots. The industrial spire had once refined promethium drawn from reservoirs buried beneath the false continent. Its upper galleries were now open to the poisonous sky, their armor glass blasted away, their machinery vomiting sheets of flame from ruptured pressure lines. Ash swept around the summit in black spirals. Beyond the broken parapets, volcanoes glowed across the horizon like the mouths of furnaces, their eruptions staining the clouds the color of diseased blood. Harkon stood upon the headless statue of an imperial saint and watched the world die. His black armor bore the scars of 100 massacres. Brass chains hung from his pauldrons, each threaded with fragments of bone taken from commanders who had believed walls could protect them. The hellspear rested in his right hand, its hooked blade wet with blood. Wings of fire and exhaust spread behind him as his jump pack idled, growling like a caged beast. Around the spire, raptors worked. They dragged captives toward the aerial masts and impaled them upon vox antennas. Some were guardsmen, others wore the robes of factorum overseers or the devotional grey of ministorum pilgrims. Their hands had been bound with copper wire. Their mouths had been cut open so their screams would carry farther when the wind shifted. One man still wore a colonel's sash. A raptor lifted him by the throat and hooked his spine onto an iron spike. The colonel convulsed as his own weight forced the metal deeper through his body. Blood poured down the mast and hissed upon the hot plating below. Harkon raised his helm toward the horizon. The signal towers of Storvhal belonged to him now. Every relay still capable of transmitting had been retuned by chained slaves and heretic engineers. Every surviving civilian receiver, military channel, and machine spirit within range would hear what followed. "Let them see," he said. A Night Lord's warrior stood nearby, his midnight armor decorated with strips of pale human skin. He inclined his skull-faced helm. "They see enough." "They see fragments," Harkon replied. "A corpse in a street, a tower falling, a convoy burning. Fear without meaning is merely panic. I will give their fear a name." The Night Lord laughed through his vox grill. "You mistake theater for war." Harkon turned. The raptor's helm was fashioned into a horned skull. Smoke drifted from the vents along his jaw. He had brought 3 claws of his legion to Storvhal, and obeyed only because Abaddon's seal had accompanied the summons. Harkon descended from the statue. "I do not mistake anything." The Night Lord spread his hands. "Then enlighten me, Herald." The War Master requires Vigilus divided before his arrival. Its armies must mistrust their officers. Its civilians must doubt their walls. Its commanders must answer terror with haste, and haste with error. You will flay the prisoners taken from the western batteries. You will wire their nerves into the relay banks. Their dying will carry my message. My warriors are not butchers for your spectacle. "No," Harkon said. "You are butchers because 10,000 years of failure have left you nothing else." The Night Lord moved. His hand reached the hilt of a chain blade. Harkon drove the butt of the hellspear into his chest before the weapon cleared its sheath. Ceramite cracked. The Night Lord staggered backward. Harkon followed, spear blade beneath the traitor's gorget. The surrounding raptors stopped their work. Every warrior upon the summit watched. Harkon leaned closer, until the lenses of their helms almost touched. You obey because the War Master commands it. You obey because his fleets eclipse your remnants, because his name opens paths through the eye that would swallow you, and because I speak with his authority. Draw your weapon again, and I will nail your corpse above the others." The Night Lord's claws curled. For a moment, Harkon expected violence. Then the warrior lowered his hand. "As the War Master commands." Harkon withdrew the spear. "Now, you remember." A tremor passed through the air. Reality split above the eastern parapet. The tear opened without light, a vertical wound of perfect darkness, fringed by sparks of violet fire. Clawed hands reached through first. Warp talons dragged themselves from the rift one by one, their armor fused with hooked blades and swollen muscle. Frost formed upon the metal around them, then melted into greasy black water. The last creature emerged carrying the torso of a defense trooper it had taken somewhere beyond reality. The man's legs were gone, his fingers still scratched uselessly against the creature's breastplate. Harkon looked upon the warp talons without affection. They were weapons, but weapons without obedience. Hunger directed them more reliably than orders. He pointed the hellspear toward the lower hive. "Feed!" The warp talons leapt from the spire. Their jump packs screamed. The captured trooper's final cry diminished with them as they vanished into the smoke below. Harkon returned to the relay dais. A warpsmith waited there beside an altar of cables and severed heads. Servo arms arched over the traitor's back, manipulating control panels with surgical precision. Every screen displayed a different atrocity. Defenders skinned and suspended from bridgeworks, civilians hurled from habitation towers, captured officers forced to recite evacuation orders, while raptors sharpened blades behind them. "The transmission net is unstable," the warpsmith said. "The machine spirits resist profanation." "Then break them." The effort consumes slaves faster than replacements arrive. "You have a continent beneath you. I have a continent filled with diseased labor stock, cult vermin and greenskins. Suitable neural tissue is less abundant than your rhetoric suggests." Harkon planted the hellspear beside the altar. "Provide the signal." The warpsmith's optical cluster tightened. "And what payment is offered?" Harkon looked toward the demon engines crouched within the refinery yards below. Their iron bodies steamed in the volcanic rain. Bound entities clawed from within their hulls, distorting armor plates with every movement. 300 captives from the western Habs, Harkon said. "The refinery's primary reactor. Salvage rights to every loyalist engine destroyed during the assault. Half the reactor output. 1/3. Half." Harkon smiled beneath his helm. 1/3, and the remains of the first Imperial dreadnought taken intact. The warpsmith considered. Accepted. Thus was the Black Legion's unity maintained. Not through fellowship, not through loyalty, through appetite, threat, and the gravitational force of Abaddon's will. Harkon stepped before the primary Vox array. The machine spirit screamed as the warpsmith forced it awake. Across Storval, picked screens flickered. Across Vigilus, civilian receivers spat static. Command channels filled with a sound like chains dragged across bone. Harkon spread his arms. "People of the Sentinel world," he began. "You have heard my name. You have counted your dead. You have watched your armies retreat from districts they swore to defend." The picked feeds changed behind him. A captured major knelt before a line of corpses. His uniform had been stripped to the waist. Hooks held his arms outward. "Say it," Harkon ordered. The major stared into the recording lens. "By command of planetary authority, all forces assigned to the Storval line are ordered to withdraw." His voice broke. A raptor seized the hooks and pulled. The major's arms tore from their sockets. Muscles stretched, split, and came away in wet strands. He screamed until another warrior hooked fingers into his jaw and ripped the lower half of his face loose. Harkon allowed the sound to continue. "Your officers lie to you," he said. "Your saints do not hear you. Your emperor has been dead longer than your bloodlines have existed." The display showed prisoners falling from a spire. Hundreds tumbled together, striking bridges and machinery on the way down. Bodies burst against the lower galleries. Some survived long enough to crawl through the remains of those who had fallen before them. "In 80 days, Harkon continued, "Vigilus will belong to the War Master. In 80 days, your banners will burn beneath his tread. In 80 days, your children will learn new prayers." He lowered the spear toward the lens. "Count carefully." Far from Storvhull, hidden hands obeyed prearranged commands. Within Hyperia, a defense officer entered an authentication phrase he had carried in his memory since childhood. He believed it was a prayer his father had taught him. In truth, it was a cipher implanted by an Alpha Legion operative decades before his birth. The defense grid accepted it. Loyal guns rotated. A Hydra battery tracking Orc aircraft swung toward an incoming formation of Imperial transports and opened fire. Auto-cannon shells ripped through cockpits and engines. One transport exploded above a residential tower. Burning troops and pieces of vehicle plunged through habitation decks, igniting fuel stores and killing thousands. Elsewhere, servitors assigned to fuel regulation received contradictory orders. Valves opened. Promethium flooded maintenance trenches beneath the eastern defense line. A single spark transformed the trenches into rivers of fire. Soldiers burned inside bunkers they could not escape. Ammunition magazines cooked off one after another, each detonation punching deeper into the fortifications. False evacuation orders entered the civic network. Entire Hab districts emptied into military avenues. Families carried relics, ration boxes, and the bodies of relatives who had died waiting for water. They moved in dense columns between armored depots and gun emplacements. When officers attempted to halt them, the crowd surged forward. Within minutes, every major reinforcement route through central Hyperia was blocked by civilians. Then Harkon launched his attack. Raptors fell from the clouds in black swarms. Warp talons tore openings in reality above command towers and emerged inside sealed gun positions. Traitor interceptors screamed between hive spires. Cult cells rose from beneath the streets, firing into the backs of Arbites formations already struggling to contain the crowds. Hyperia began killing itself. MARNEUS CALGAR watched the catastrophe unfold upon the Strategium hololith. Warning icons multiplied faster than the tactici servitors could classify them. Loyal batteries fired upon loyal aircraft. Civilian populations obstructed troop movements. 3 fuel reserves burned. 2 command relays transmitted contradictory orders using valid codes. Pedro Cantor stood across the table. "The entire defense network is compromised," he said. "Not the entire network," Calgar replied. He isolated the failures. The sabotage followed patterns. The traitors had not struck at random. They were opening one aerial corridor toward Hyperia's central transit spine. Calgar expanded the display. "Harkon wants the relay towers. He is attacking across 6 districts. He wants us to divide our response." Cantor studied the tactical map. "If we do not, those districts will be bombed without resistance." "Yes." Calgar began issuing orders. "Withdraw Stormhawks from the western refinery zone. Redeploy every Xiphon squadron within range to the central corridor. Navy interceptors will form the outer screen. Thunderhawks will hold beneath them and engage landing craft. Storm Ravens will remain in reserve until the Raptors commit." A Navy commander appeared on the relay. "My lord, removing air cover from the western districts will expose 4 million civilians. They are not the objective. They will be slaughtered. They are already exposed. Preserve the transit spine." The commander hesitated. Calgar's voice hardened. "Execute the order." Across Hyperia, aircraft changed course. The western sky emptied. Heretic bombers descended upon habitation districts without opposition. Munitions struck crowded streets and water stations. Towers collapsed into one another. Firestorms climbed through ventilation shafts, and cremated entire family lines in sealed rooms. Over the central corridor, the Imperium concentrated its strength. Stormhawks tore through Orc aircraft in disciplined attack runs. Xiphon interceptors climbed between towers, laser fire cutting traitor fighters apart. Navy squadrons filled the gaps, their human pilots dying in numbers the Adeptus Astartes could not afford to match. The war filled every height. Aircraft detonated against hab blocks. Jump pack warriors collided in mid-air and hacked at one another while falling. Raptors landed upon moving gunships, tore open cockpit canopies and dragged pilots into the sky. Loyalist fighters clipped bridgeworks and spun into crowds below. A dead Raptor struck a transit avenue at terminal velocity. His armor shattered. The impact pulverized dozens of civilians and scattered black ceramite, organs and bone fragments across the roadway. A severed gauntlet passed through a man's chest and embedded itself in the wall behind him. Calgar boarded the Valor's blade while the battle still climbed toward its peak. "Target platform identified," the pilot said. "Central relay suspended between spires 19 and 21. Enemy occupation confirmed. Take us in. Airspace is saturated. Take us in." The Thunderhawk plunged between towers. Tracer fire crossed its path. A burning interceptor fell past so close that its wings scraped sparks from the gunship's hull. Raptors pursued from above, their jump packs leaving black contrails. The suspended platform appeared through the smoke. It was a vast transit structure hanging several kilometers above the lower hive, supported by armored bridges and gravitic pylons. Thousands of civilians had taken shelter there. Raptors moved among them, firing into crowds and dragging survivors toward the relay towers. The Thunderhawk did not land. Calgar stepped from the assault ramp while the gunship was still moving. He struck the platform hard enough to crater its surface. The nearest Raptor turned. The gauntlets of Ultramar fired. 2 bolt rounds punched through the traitor's breastplate. The first entered the chest. The second detonated inside the abdomen. The Raptor came apart in sections, his jump pack continuing forward without him. Calgar advanced. His fire remained controlled. Every burst opened a route, destroyed a weapon, or eliminated a warrior threatening the civilians he still required alive. A Raptor lunged with a chain axe. Calgar caught the weapon between his fists, crushed the motor housing, and drove his forehead into the traitor's helm. Ceramite split. The warrior staggered. Calgar seized him by the jump pack and hurled him downward. The Raptor struck the platform with enough force to break through it. Metal folded around his body. He fell into the darkness below, trailing blood, cables and fragments of flooring. Ultramarines descended behind their chapter master. Intercessors formed firing lines around the relay. Crimson fists landed upon the southern bridge and drove toward the trapped civilians. Bolter fire filled the platform with a rhythm like industrial hammering. Then Harkon came. He descended through the smoke with the Hellspear extended. The blade passed through 2 defenders at once. It entered the first Ultramarine beneath the ribs, tore through both lungs, and emerged through his back before punching into the warrior behind him. Harkon carried both Marines from the platform and released them over the edge. Their bodies fell together. The Vox relays magnified their final cries. Harkon landed upon the command dais. "Behold your protector," he announced, his voice transmitted across the platform. "The Lord of Ultramar comes to count the dead he could not save." Calgar turned toward him. "Your count has already begun." Harkon laughed. He attacked the relay, not Calgar. The Hellspear swept through consoles, operators and servitors. One stroke split a tech adept from shoulder to pelvis. Another impaled 3 relay workers against a support pillar. Harkon activated their Vox implants and broadcast the wet, choking sounds of their deaths. Calgar closed the distance. Harkon fired his jump pack and vaulted backward. Bolter rounds struck the dais where he had stood. "You challenge from the air," Calgar said. "You murder the unarmed. You flee the moment resistance finds you. I am not here to satisfy your honor. No, you are here because another commanded it." The words struck deeper than gunfire. Harkon's posture changed. For an instant, rage threatened calculation. Then the World Claimer looked across the platform. Civilians had seen Imperial guns fail. They had watched Raptors descend through loyal defenses. They had heard their protectors die through the relay. His purpose was complete. Harkon raised the Hellspear in salute. "Count the days, Calgar." He launched himself from the platform. Raptors followed, vanishing between the towers before Imperial aircraft could close. Calgar watched them withdraw. "Do not pursue," he ordered. Cantor approached through smoke and drifting ash. "He will call that a victory. Then we will define victory for him." Within the hour, every loyal Vox station on Vigilus began repeating Harkon's promise. Not alone. The transmission was followed by casualty tallies, territory reports, and verified measures of chaos advance. Each day, the reports compared the World Claimer's boast against the ground he had failed to take. The message spread through trenches, manufactorums, ships, and refugee camps. Harkon had promised 80 days. Calgar turned the promise into a chain around his throat. Every dawn, Vigilus survived became another public wound. Upon Storval, Harkon listened to the first counter-broadcast in silence. The Night Lord's warrior beside him laughed. Then every flame upon the summit bent toward the sky. The air grew heavy. Vox systems died. Demon engines lowered themselves like beasts before a greater predator. Even the warp talons ceased their shrieking. A private channel opened within Harkon's helm. The voice that entered it was calm. "Herald." Harkon bowed his head. "Warmaster, you have drawn their eyes. I have broken their skies and stained their faith. You have prepared the ground." The distinction was deliberate. Harkon looked upward as the clouds parted. Beyond them, the stars disappeared behind the shadow of an approaching warship. The vessel was vast beyond reason, its ancient hull scarred by wars that had ended empires. Black Legion ships surrounded it in ranks, their engines burning like captive suns. The vengeful spirit had arrived. Abaddon spoke again. "The preliminary war is over." Harkon tightened his grip upon the Hellspear. "What is your command?" "Now," said the Warmaster, "we begin." The first warning of the Space Wolves' arrival was not a signal. It was a broadside. Macro cannon fire crossed the outer Vigilus system in a procession of artificial suns. The shells struck an Orc escort hulk as it lumbered through the wreckage fields, smashing through layered plates of scavenged iron, looted adamantium, and compacted refuse. The vessel opened along its spine. Internal pressure hurled greenskins, ammunition drums, and burning machinery into the void. Then the ships of Fenris emerged from behind the corpse of a defense monitor. The battle barge came first, vast and brutal, its armored prow shaped for planetary assault. Strike cruisers followed in attack formation, their hulls carrying the scars of wars fought beneath alien suns. Fenrisian runes had been cut into armor plates darkened by re-entry fire. Wolf-headed prows drove through fields of wreckage without slowing. Gun batteries continued firing as they advanced. Within the command chamber of the leading battle barge, Crom Dragongaze watched the Orc vessel die. The fierce eye stood before the viewing ports, with one boot resting upon the iron rim of the Strategium dais. His armor was the storm grey of the rout, scarred by blades and blackened by plasma. Wolf pelts hung from his shoulders. Fangs, bones, and oath tokens knocked together whenever the deck shook beneath enemy fire. His left eye reflected the flames outside. His right burned brighter. "Poor welcome," said one of his wolf guard. "Not even a proper fleet to greet us." Crom bared his teeth. "The greenskins have sent what they could find. We should not shame them for being weak." Laughter rolled through the command chamber. A thrall approached the Wolf Lord with a Jarl, a transmission from Saints Haven. "Let me guess. The blue-armored Jarl wishes us to report before we draw blood." The thrall swallowed. "Lord Calgar commands your presence at the Planetary War Council." Crom turned from the viewing port. "Commands?" The mortal's fingers tightened around the slate. "That is the word transmitted, Jarl." More laughter answered him. "Crom took the chains forged by scribes," Crom said. He crushed the slate in one fist. A warning rune ignited above the central display. The ship's sensorium rendered a vast shape among the debris ahead, large enough to obscure lesser contacts. It moved toward Vigilus, behind a screen of ramships and gunboats, shedding scrap metal, radiation, and clouds of frozen orc corpses. The hulk had been assembled from the remains of hundreds of vessels. Imperial hull sections had been riveted to alien engines. Cargo haulers formed crude armor around the carcass of an ancient cruiser. Asteroid fragments filled gaps between decks. Entire fortresses had been welded onto its outer surface. Glyphs kilometers high covered the prow. World's Masher. Even translated by Imperial cogitators, the name retained the violence of an orc boast. A lesser commander might have seen an obstacle. Crom saw a saga. "Helm," he said. "Bring us about." The thrall at the command throne hesitated. "Jarl, Saint's Haven lies below us. I know where the planet is. The command from Lord Calgar." Crom looked at him. The thrall bowed so deeply that his forehead struck the console. "Bringing us about, Jarl." The battle barge turned toward World's Masher. Crom opened the pack-wide vox. "Sons of Russ, there is a fat beast between us and the hearth. Calgar would have us sit at his table and listen while parchment men explain how it should be hunted." Growls answered him across the channel. "I say the beast has shown us its throat." The growls became howls. Boarding packs to the torpedoes. Wolf guard to the teleport chambers. Long fangs, break its teeth. Today we write our own welcome upon Vigilus. The howling shook the Vox network. The space wolves attacked. Smaller orc hulks accelerated to meet them. Their guns fired without sequence or restraint, vomiting shells, rockets, plasma, and burning debris into the void. One ramship drove toward the battle barge with engines overloaded, its prow crowded with orcs, waving cleavers through open viewports. The Fenrisian fleet did not evade. Lance batteries cut the ramship apart. Its severed prow continued onward and struck the battle barge beneath the armored beak. Metal folded. Orcs poured from the wreck through the impact breach, roaring as atmosphere escaped around them. Grey hunters met them with bolters and axes. At the same moment, boarding torpedoes launched from the Space Wolves' vessels. They crossed the void beneath covering fire, driving through flak and crude defense satellites. Several burst before reaching the hulk. Others struck armor too thick to penetrate and flattened into molten iron. Crom's torpedo punched through. Restraints released before the craft stopped moving. The forward hatch detonated outward. Crom charged through smoke and fractured plating with Wormclaw in his hands. The first orc stood close enough for the Wolf Lord to smell its breath. It raised a cleaver made from a section of starship hull. Crom drove the frost axe upward between its legs, through pelvis and gut, splitting the creature to the sternum. Black-green blood flooded across his gauntlets. He kicked the divided body aside. The corridor beyond was packed with greenskins. Bolters fired behind him. Mass-reactive shells punched into orc flesh and detonated beneath muscle. Torsos burst open. Heads vanished in sprays of teeth and grey-green brain matter. The survivors climbed over the dead, laughing as they came. Crom met them. Wormclaw severed an arm at the shoulder and continued through the owner's neck. His bolt pistol fired into another orc's mouth. The shell exploded behind its eyes, blowing the back of the skull across the ceiling. A knob struck him with a powered maul. The blow cracked his pauldron and drove him against the wall. Crom laughed. "There you are." The knob swung again. Crom caught the weapon haft beneath his axe, twisted it aside, and rammed his helm into the orc's face. Bone broke. Tusks punched through the creature's cheeks. Crom hooked Wormclaw behind its knee, tore the leg away, and buried the axe in its chest before it struck the deck. The space wolves surged past him. They fought through corridors that had never been designed, and decks that refused obedience to gravity. Some passages climbed vertically before turning without warning into open shafts. Others narrowed until warriors were forced to advance sideways. Rusted ladders connected Imperial chapels to Orc fungus chambers. Pipes carried fuel, sewage, ammunition, or all three together. The hulk groaned around them like a wounded animal. Orcs attacked from every direction. They burst through bulkheads with cutting torches. They dropped from ventilation shafts. They fired crude weapons down corridors until smoke and muzzle flash concealed everything. Shells struck friend and foe alike. Greenskins killed by their own fire were trampled beneath those still charging. A burner opened upon a pack of blood claws. Promethium filled the passage. One warrior disappeared within the flame. His armor seals failed, and burning fuel entered through the joints. He continued forward while his flesh cooked inside his plate. He seized the burner wielder and held it against the wall until both bodies became a single blackened mass. The remaining blood claws howled his name and charged through the fire. Chainswords tore into orc necks. Teeth caught on vertebrae, chewed through and sprayed gobbets of flesh across helmets and walls. One blood claw thrust his blade into an orc's abdomen and dragged it upward. The weapon opened the creature from groin to throat, hurling intestines over the warrior's shoulder in steaming coils. The orcs answered with cleavers. A grey hunter lost both hands to a chopper stroke. Before the greenskin could finish him, the warrior threw himself forward and sank his fangs into its throat. He tore out a mouthful of flesh as another space wolf drove an axe through the orc's skull. "Forward!" Crom roared. "The beast still has a heart." A Wolfguard pack reached a junction where gravity changed direction. Bodies, ammunition casings, and blood fell sideways. The space wolves crossed by driving blades into the walls and hauling themselves along. Orcs waited on what had become the ceiling, firing down through clouds of floating debris. Bolter rounds and crude shells intersected. Warriors spun away into the shaft, trailing blood that formed drifting spheres around them. Crom leapt. His boots struck the far surface as gravity seized him. He landed among the orcs and swung Wormclaw in a two-handed arc. The frost blade cut through armor, ribs, and spine. 3 greenskins fell in pieces. The chamber beyond contained fungus vats. Pale, orcoid growths swelled beneath heat lamps. Grots scurried between tanks, carrying ammunition and hacking at anything that came within reach. When the wolves entered, the grots overturned vats and released clouds of choking spores. Long fangs answered with flame. The fungus chambers became furnaces. Immature greenskins writhed in ruptured membranes. Grots ran screaming until their bodies blackened and split. Burning spores filled the air like malignant snow. The pack pushed onward through smoke thick with cooked meat. Crom did not ask how many warriors he had lost. The dead would be counted when the battle ended. To count them now would not return them to the pack. A proper Jarl looked forward. A proper Jarl found the throat. World's Masher's engine complex lay behind doors formed from the prow armor of an Imperial cruiser. Fenrisian melter charges burned through the aquila embossed upon them. The symbol sagged, glowed, and ran like wax. The doors collapsed inward. The engine chamber was large enough to contain a fortress. Reactors, stolen plasma drives, and throbbing generators had been chained together around a central core. Machinery from a dozen species had been forced into brutal cooperation. Pipes shook. Pistons slammed without purpose. Arcs of green lightning crossed gantries crowded with orcs. At the chamber's center stood the big mech. He was larger than the knobs around him, his body encased in a mechanical harness fitted with saws, drills, and crackling power claws. A cannon had been grafted over one shoulder. Cables ran from his armor into a control throne built from the skulls of defeated rivals. The big mech pointed at Crom. "Dat one's mine." His cannon fired. The shell struck a Wolfguard and carried him backward through 2 bulkheads. Armor, organs, and bone fragments painted the torn metal in a single red streak. Crom charged. Knobs descended from the gantries. Space wolves met them beneath the reactors. The battle became a storm of muzzle flash, roaring chain blades and ruptured bodies. A power claw closed around a grey hunter and crushed him until blood burst from every armor joint. A long fang fired a lascannon at arm's length, vaporizing the orc and half the deck beneath it. The big mech's harness swung a saw toward Crom's head. He ducked beneath it. A drill struck his breastplate, screeching against ceramite and driving him backward. Warning runes filled his vision. The mech leaned into the weapon, forcing the bit through the outer armor. Crom locked one hand around the drill assembly. Is that your bite? He hacked Wormclaw through the mech's elbow. The mechanical arm fell away with the flesh still strapped inside it. Oil and black blood sprayed across both warriors. The orc roared and fired the shoulder cannon. Crom twisted aside. The shell struck the control throne. Skulls, cables, and iron exploded across the chamber. The engine core behind it ruptured, vomiting plasma into the upper gantries. Orcs and space wolves vanished together in white fire. Crom drove forward through the blast. Wormclaw struck the big mech beneath the jaw. The frost axe passed through its mouth, skull and mechanical spine. The top of the orc's head lifted away. Brain matter slid down the axe blade in smoking clumps. The body remained upright within its harness. Crom kicked it into the reactor trench. His wolf guard gathered around him. Fewer had reached the chamber than had entered the hulk. One pointed toward the failing control systems. "We could seize the engines, Jarl. Hold the hulk above the planet until the Iron Priests tame it." Crom studied the planetary image flickering across an orc display. World's Masher was already descending toward Vigilus. Below lay immense green-skinned territories. Settlements, scrap cities, and vehicle mustering grounds covered the ash wastes. Orc forces gathered there in numbers that no Space Wolves company could slaughter by hand. Crom smiled. Why tame a beast when it still has one good charge left? Iron Priests entered the engine network. They did not attempt to restore control. They forced the surviving drives beyond tolerance, locked the steering systems, and aligned the hulk with the largest concentration of orc signals below. Warning sirens bellowed. The hulk began to fall. Space Wolves withdrew through corridors collapsing under acceleration. Boarding torpedoes launched from the outer hull. Teleport beacons activated amid reactor surges. Packs fought toward extraction points, while gravity dragged wreckage, bodies, and burning fuel toward the prow. Orcs pursued them to the end. Crom was among the last to depart. He stood upon the breach through which his torpedo had entered, and looked down at Vigilus swelling beneath him. The atmosphere had already begun to burn around World's Masher. Plates tore from the hulk. Towers broke away. Orcs clung to railings, roaring defiance as fire consumed them. Crom activated his teleport beacon. Let the Blue Jarl put this in his tally. Light swallowed him. World's Masher entered the atmosphere like a falling continent. Its outer hull became an inferno. Debris sheared away and struck hundreds of kilometers from the main impact point. One engine block fell through an orc settlement and detonated beneath the surface, lifting the city into the sky. The hulk struck moments later. The horizon turned white. Orc scrap fortresses, armies, and vehicle parks vanished beneath the impact. The ground rose in a wall of stone, iron, and pulverized bodies. Shockwaves crossed the false continent, flattening structures far beyond the orc territories. Ash entered the upper atmosphere. Seismic tremors traveled through hive foundations across Vigilus. On the bridge of his battle barge, Crom watched fire spread across the planet. His warriors howled. It was a victory worthy of remembrance. At Saints Haven, MARNEUS CALGAR watched the same impact without celebration. The strategic hololith shuddered as sensor feeds failed. Observation Post Veneris disappeared first, then the Promethean Auspex chain. 3 covert listening stations buried along the Orc frontier ceased transmitting. A prepared armor corridor collapsed beneath landslides. 2 transit routes intended for an Imperial counteroffensive vanished under thousands of tons of wreckage. Casualty projections climbed. Calgar read everyone. Crom arrived at the Vigilus Senate still wearing blood from World Smasher's engine chamber. Wolfguard entered behind him, armor battered, pelts scorched, and weapons crusted with orc flesh. They looked upon the gathered officers with the amused contempt of predators entering a room of scribes. Crom approached the strategium table. "Well," he asked, "did the spectacle wake your world?" Calgar faced him from across the hololith. "You were ordered to report to Saints Haven. I found a better use for my time. You abandoned the assigned command structure, redirected fleet assets without authorization, and altered the strategic landscape of an active war zone." Crom laughed. "I killed a space hulk and the greenskin host beneath it. You are welcome." The chamber fell silent. Calgar enlarged the impact zone. Observation post Veneris. Destroyed. 38,000 Imperial personnel confirmed dead. The humor left several Fenrisian faces. Promethean Auspex chain, Calgar continued. Destroyed. We are blind across 900 kilometers of the Orc frontier. Crom's jaw tightened. Armor corridor Helican. Impassable. The counteroffensive intended to divide the Western War can no longer proceed. Listening stations, Hallow, Argent and Solace are gone. Their crews were not evacuated because your decision was not communicated. They died beneath a worthy blow. They died without purpose. Crom stepped closer. His hand settled upon Wormclaw. Mind your tongue, Ultramarine. Calgar did not move. A warrior who cannot distinguish courage from impulse is not dangerous to the enemy alone. A growl rose from the Wolf Guard. Victrix's guard shifted around the chamber. Weapons remained lowered, but hands moved nearer to hilts. Crom leaned across the table. On Fenris, a Jarl earns obedience. He does not hide behind seals, ledgers, and a dead council's chains. Then earn it. The word stopped him. Calgar changed the display again. He showed the Orc armies destroyed by World Smasher. Then he showed the formations diverted by the impact, the routes open to Genestealer forces, and the Imperial positions now isolated. You killed millions of greenskins, Calgar said. You also surrendered our surveillance of their surviving armies, destroyed the ground required for a later offensive, and buried loyal soldiers who had no warning of your deed. Your victory was real. So was its cost. Crom stared at the figures. He despised them. He could not deny them. Calgar closed the display. Hyperia's lower transit layers are failing. Orcs have penetrated beneath the armor districts. 3 guard army groups have been reduced to isolated strongpoints. The tunnels are too confined for massed armor and too extensive for methodical clearance. Crom looked up. Calgar's voice remained cold. You desired a hunt large enough to excuse disobedience. I have found one. Take your great company into the lower layers. Kill until the Orcs cease advancing, or until your saga ends beneath their boots. For the first time since entering the chamber, Crom smiled. That sounds almost like an order worth obeying. It is not offered for your approval. Crom turned away, his cloak sweeping blood across the floor. At the chamber doors, he looked back. When Hyperia is quiet, Blue Jarl, I will return. Then we will decide whose bite is stronger. When Hyperia is quiet, Calgar replied, you may speak. Crom's laughter followed him into the corridor. Pedro Cantor waited until the Space Wolves had departed. Few commanders would rebuke a Wolf Lord before his own Huskarls. Few would have survived doing so without evidence. You think figures restrained him? No. Calgar looked toward the red depths of Hyperia. He obeyed because I showed him a war larger than his pride. Nemengast had gone silent. No distress signal had escaped the industrial world. No warning had crossed the void. The ore barges and munition carriers that once traveled from its orbital docks toward Vigilus had simply ceased to arrive, leaving their assigned approach lanes empty. MARNEUS CALGAR distrusted silence more than any cry for aid. A world under invasion pleaded. A world under bombardment screamed. Even a conquered world produced fragments of resistance, corrupted transmissions, and the disordered emissions of an enemy consolidating its victory. Nemengast offered nothing. Its absence had become a wound in the supply manifests. Munitions promised to Hyperia did not exist. Replacement armor never reached its regiments. 3 Astra Militarum offensives had been delayed because artillery shells manufactured on Nemengast remained listed as in transit aboard vessels that had never departed. The world was more than a missing source of materiel. It stood close enough to Vigilus to serve as a staging ground, repair anchorage, and industrial fortress for the Black Legion. Whatever had silenced it could soon arrive above the Sentinel. World. Calgar stood within the strategium beneath Saint's Haven, studying the dead sphere projected above the Blackstone table. Captain Sevastus Acheran waited opposite him. The captain wore Phobos armor darkened for covert warfare, its surfaces stripped of ornament beyond the white Omega upon one pauldron. His strike force waited aboard the rapid strike vessel in high orbit, composed of infiltrators, eliminators, suppressors, and rivers drawn from the ultramarines and their supporting formations. They had enough strength to investigate. They did not have enough strength to conquer a world. "You will make planetfall beyond the primary manufacturum belt," Calgar said. "Avoid the established landing fields. Assume every official code and every surviving defense system has been compromised." Acheran inclined his head. "What intelligence do we possess?" "None that I trust." Calgar altered the hololith. Industrial complexes appeared across the planet, linked by transit rails and subterranean conduits. The largest manufacturing zone occupied the northern hemisphere beneath a permanent mantle of atmospheric pollution. "Your first priority is identification. Determine what the enemy is producing and in what quantity." "Acknowledged." "Your second priority is destruction. Anything connected to the invasion of Vigilus is to be crippled beyond recovery." Acheran's expression did not change. "And the third?" "Transmission. The intelligence reaches Vigilus regardless of casualties." The captain studied Calgar for a heartbeat. "Extraction. Last." There was no misunderstanding between them. Calgar did not dress the command in language of glory. He did not promise support he might be unable to provide. Acheran and every warrior under him understood the order's true meaning. Return if possible. Succeed regardless. Acheran struck one fist against his breastplate. "For Guilliman, for Ultramar." Calgar returned the salute. "For mankind." The strike force reached Nemengast beneath the cover of a magnetic storm. Their vessels entered the atmosphere without running lights, engines throttled to reduce their Auspex signature. Ash dragged across the hulls in waves. Lightning struck the clouds without illuminating them, vanishing into darkness so dense that the pilots were forced to descend by inertial calculation. Acheran stood within the troop compartment of the lead craft and watched the tactical display. No defense guns fired, no interceptors rose, no orbital beacons challenged them. The silence continued until the strike force crossed the northern manufacturum belt. Then the smell entered through the armor filters. Iron, burned meat, ozone. Something sweet beneath both, like blood left too long in sealed heat. Acheran's auto-senses classified the atmosphere as toxic. The readings failed to describe what his transhuman body recognized. The air tasted corrupted. Every breath carried particles of cremated flesh and metallic dust, along with a psychic pressure that scraped across the mind like a blade drawn slowly over bone. The gunships landed within the ruins of an extraction settlement. The doors had been removed from every habitation unit. Bodies had been taken from the streets. Only dried smears remained where thousands of captives had been dragged toward the manufacturums. Acheran led his warriors into the dark. The vanguard formations divided without spoken command. Infiltrators moved first, spreading through the ruins beneath overlapping fields of Auspex disruption. Their omni-scramblers poisoned hostile communications and confused automated sensors. Eliminators climbed shattered towers, their camo cloaks changing tone as they settled against rusted gantries. Suppressors rose toward the rooftops on controlled bursts from their jump packs, remaining below the level of the ash clouds. A Keren advanced with the central element. The first enemy died without hearing them. A mortal overseer stood upon a refinery balcony beneath banners of flayed skin. His armor had been painted black and marked with a crude eye of Horus. He carried a shock stave and watched hundreds of prisoners haul chains attached to a disabled transport engine. An eliminator round entered the side of his head. The executioner shell penetrated before detonating. Bone fragments tore through the opposite cheek. The skull emptied itself across the railing, and the body collapsed without a sound, audible above the grinding machinery. 2 infiltrators reached the prisoners. They did not free them. The laborers had been chained through muscle and bone. Several bore corruption severe enough to distort their limbs. Others had eyes replaced with brass studs or mouths sewn closed around vox cables. Extraction would have required time the mission did not possess. One warrior planted a charge against the engine assembly. The second marked the captives as unavoidable losses. They withdrew. The blast destroyed the transport, and everyone chained to it. Akaran heard their screams through the refinery walls and continued toward the primary complex. Reconnaissance feeds entered his helm. Rows of blackstone pillars rested upon conveyor cradles, each carved into partial rings and arcs. Warp smiths and corrupted tech priests moved between them, directing slaves whose hands had been replaced with cutting tools. Some sections matched the geometry recorded during earlier encounters with Noctilith structures. Not monuments, components. The enemy was manufacturing Noctilith crowns. Akaran transmitted the first intelligence burst toward Vigilus. The signal climbed through the magnetic storm in compressed fragments, repeated by disposable beacons released during descent. Confirmation would take time. He moved deeper. The manufactorum had become a forge in furnace. Its furnaces no longer smelted metal alone. Human bodies traveled along assembly lines beside armor plates, weapons and machine components. Captives were strapped to iron tables, while servo arms opened their chests. Organs were removed, measured and placed into rune-cut vessels. Those who survived were fitted into machinery before the surgical work had finished. A man hung within the frame of a demon engine's leg. His rib cage had been spread open around a cluster of pistons. Each movement of the unfinished limb compressed his lungs. He breathed in shallow gasps, while cables drank the electrical impulses from his brain. Another captive had been built into a control lectern. His head remained exposed above the surface, eyes moving frantically as corrupted data flowed through needles driven into his skull. He saw Akaran. "Kill me," he whispered. The captain passed without answering. Behind him, an infiltrator fired once. The bolt entered the captive's forehead and ended his suffering. The strike force continued its silent war. Auspec's towers failed one by one as charges severed their power feeds. Eliminators killed sentries, ritual overseers and vox operators before alarms could spread. Suppressors attacked patrol craft above the manufactorum canyons, accelerator autocannons punching through engines and cockpits. The wrecks were guided into coolant reservoirs and ammunition stacks, each crash disguised as another failure within the vast industrial ruin. For a time, precision was enough. Then the factory awakened. The first warning came through the floor. Akaran felt a vibration beneath his boots, too irregular to be machinery and too deep to be artillery. It traveled through the manufactorum in waves, accompanied by a groan that seemed to emerge from the walls themselves. Rune light ignited along the conveyor lines. The blackstone components began to bleed, not metaphorically. Dark fluid welled from carved surfaces and ran upward against gravity, gathering into floating globes before bursting into red vapor. The captives screamed. Every one of them screamed at the same moment. Acheran's tactical display filled with hostile contacts. Conveyor doors opened across the assembly hall. Possessed warriors emerged from within. Some had not completed their transformation. Black Legion armor had fused with exposed muscle, the ceramite drawn inward by hooks of bone. Organs pulsed outside their bodies, protected by cages of brass. One warrior dragged an arm that had divided into 3 clawed limbs. Another possessed no head, only a vertical mouth opening from chest to abdomen. They came forward laughing in voices that did not belong to them. "Contact," Acheran said. The vanguard line fired. Bolt rounds struck the first possessed and burst within its torso. The creature lost half its chest, yet continued advancing, black blood spraying from ruptured organs. Concentrated fire removed its legs. It crawled onward using hooked fingers until an infiltrator stamped upon its neck and fired. Through the spine. Silence ended everywhere. Alarm horns howled. Gun emplacements rose from the floors. Cultists poured from labor galleries carrying autoguns, cleavers and tools still slick with human fat. Heretic Skitarii moved with machine precision behind them, weapons spitting galvanic fire. Suppression cannons answered from the upper gantries. The first volley tore through the cultist ranks. Bodies burst beneath explosive impacts. Arms spun into machinery. Severed heads bounced along conveyor belts and vanished beneath stamping presses. The cultists did not slow. They climbed over the remains, chanting praise to the War Master, to the Forge, and to the gods, whose names caused Vox systems to shriek. Acheran fired controlled bursts into the oncoming mass. He advanced while shooting, each step carrying him toward the central production vaults. The Ultramarines did not attempt to hold ground. They struck at sensors, control nodes and power junctions, withdrawing before the enemy could mass against them. A River Pack entered the Western Assembly galleries. They moved through smoke with blades drawn, cutting throats and severing spinal columns before their victims understood death had arrived. Their terror masks projected distorted howls into the local Vox network. Mortal workers broke and fled directly into the advancing infiltrators. The factory's answer came from below. Restraint gantries shattered. A demon engine tore itself free. Its body resembled an armored arachnid built around the torso of a battle tank. Claws hammered into the floor. Chains and surgical equipment dragged behind it. 3 captives remained attached to the ruptured assembly rig, pulled across the metal until their bodies opened beneath the weight. The machine's frontal weapon fired. The shell struck an infiltrator and reduced him to a cavity within his armor. Blood, lungs, and fragments of fused ribs sprayed from the rear of the plate. 2 warriors beside him were thrown from the gantry by the pressure wave. Suppressors descended upon the engine. Autocannon fire hammered its upper hull. Armor plates ruptured. Something inside screamed through every speaker in the hall. The demon engine reared and seized one airborne warrior between its claws. Ceramite folded. The warrior's body burst inside his armor. Blood jetted through broken seals as the machine tore him in half and cast both pieces into the furnaces. Acheran marked the engine for destruction. Melter fire struck its flank. The armor became white liquid. Demonic flesh beneath it swelled outward, covered in eyes and grinding teeth. The engine charged while burning, crushing cultists and ultramarines alike beneath its limbs. A River Sergeant leapt onto its hull. He drove a melter charge into the opened wound and armed it manually. The demon engine folded one limb backward and impaled him through the abdomen. The claw emerged between his shoulders, carrying loops of intestine and fragments of spine. The sergeant held the charge in place until it detonated. The blast erased both of them. Acheran reached the primary control vault, while the manufactory descended into open war. Data streamed across his helm: production capacity, transport schedules, Blackstone allocation, demon engine manifests, Noctilith component dimensions, enough to confirm Nemengast's purpose, more than enough to justify its destruction. He opened a secure channel to Vigilus. Nemengast is confirmed as a forge in furnace. Enemy production includes demon engines, possessed infantry, and Noctilith crown components. Estimated output is sufficient to support a sector-scale offensive. Calgar's reply arrived beneath layers of static. Intelligence received. Our disruption remains undetected beyond the primary complex, but full mobilization is beginning. Extraction is viable for approximately 11 minutes. Silence followed. Akaran watched enemy signals multiply across the tactical map. The strike force could still withdraw. Gunships remained hidden beyond the manufacturing belt. Suppressors could cover the retreat. Casualties would be severe, but survivable. Calgar spoke. Destroy the Noctilith complex. Akaran looked through the control vault's armor glass. Beyond it stood the central forge. Blackstone arcs rose through the chamber in concentric rings. Demonic fire moved between them. Thousands of captives hung from cables over vats of molten material, their blood-feeding channels carved into the floor. Reactors throbbed beneath the structure, each one protected by demon engines, possessed and corrupted automata. Acheron calculated the distance. Extraction would be impossible once they entered. Confirmed, he said. Calgar did not apologize. Akaran had not expected him to. The chapter master had spent the strike force as knowingly as he spent shells, fuel, and armored formations. There was no insult in it. A weapon existed to be used. Duty did not become betrayal, merely because death made its price visible. Akaran closed the channel. All units, he said. Primary objective revised. We will destroy the central forge. Withdrawal is no longer anticipated. No warrior protested. Acknowledgement runes appeared across his display. For the Primarch, said one voice. For the Emperor, answered another. Akaran drew his blade. For the living. They attacked the forge. Infiltrators detonated charges beneath the outer support pylons. Eliminators fired from collapsing gantries, killing warpsmith thralls and demon binders. Suppressors descended into the chamber, their weapons cutting through fuel lines and lifting platforms. The enemy closed from every side. Possessed crashed into the ultramarine line. Claws opened Phobos armor and pulled organs through the breaches. A warrior lost his face to a hooked limb, his skull exposed from brow to jaw. He continued firing until a second blow tore his head away. Akaran fought through them. His blade entered a possessed beneath the arm and severed the torso. Black organs spilled around his boots, writhing independently across the floor. He crushed them underfoot and fired into another creature's mouth. Melter charges struck the demon engine vats. Containment walls ruptured. Liquefied flesh poured into the forge. The substance had once been human. Faces surfaced within it, mouths opening and closing without sound. Half-formed limbs dragged themselves through burning machine oil. Demonic entities clawed upward from the flood, only to ignite as reactor coolant mixed with the gore. The ultramarines reached the central pylons. One by one, they planted their charges. One by one, they died defending them. Akaran armed the final device as the forge ceiling collapsed. Metal fell around him. A Black Legion possessed emerged through the smoke, its body swollen beyond the proportions of an Astartes. It carried the remains of an Eliminator impaled upon one arm. Akaran fired until his weapon clicked empty. The possessed struck him. Armor broke across his chest. He fell beside the armed charge and tasted blood inside his helm. Warning runes covered his vision. He opened the final transmission. Images of the Noctilith crown streamed toward Vigilus. Production records followed. Then the tactical analysis, reactor schematics, and confirmation of the Black Legion's intended deployment. Akaran looked up as the possessed approached. Behind it, the forge burned. Nemengast is denied, he said. The enemy is constructing a Blackstone network on a scale sufficient to destabilize the gauntlet. Inform Lord Calgar that the forge will not supply it. The possessed raised its claws. Bolter fire sounded somewhere beyond the smoke. Demonic howls drowned it. The transmission shook beneath the collapse of the chamber. Akaran's final words reached Vigilus through static. Courage and honor. The signal ended. Calgar listened to the silence that followed. He stood alone beside the Strategium relay, while the recording repeated the last seconds of Acheron's transmission. The images showed the central forge folding into itself, blackstone structures vanishing beneath fire and collapsing machinery. Nemengast's production capacity fell to almost nothing. Its surface became a continent of burning metal. Calgar ordered the complete transmission sealed within the chapter archives. He did not speak Acheron's name aloud. Grief belonged to a future in which there was time to carry it. Long-range augurs chimed across the chamber. The void above Vigilus filled with new signatures. Black Legion warships emerged in ordered formations around a vessel vast enough to eclipse lesser cruisers. Its ancient hull bore the wounds of 10,000 years. Acheron's death had provided the answer. Blackstone, mass slaughter, Noctilith crowns, the corruption of Nemengast had not been an isolated conquest. It had been part of a design intended to wound the Nachmund gauntlet itself. Abaddon had not come merely to seize Vigilus. He had come to close the road through the Great Rift. Calgar turned toward the fleet display. Alert Arch-Commodore Hentzman. Recall every vessel capable of void war. Prepare the interception cordons. The Strategium filled with warning light. At the center of it all, the vengeful spirit advanced. Pedro Cantor stood beneath the burning image of Vigilus, while Marneus Calgar surrendered the world to him. The hololith filled the Strategium with bruised light. Hyperia's transit layers pulsed with orc incursions. Genestealer infestations spread beneath Dirkton. Black Legion landing signatures multiplied around Storvhal, each one marking another wound cut into the Sentinel world. Calgar moved command runes across the display with the blunt fingers of the gauntlets of Ultramar. Strikecraft vanished from planetary reserves. Orbital monitors were reassigned. Thunderhawks intended to carry reinforcements toward the lower hives were redirected to the void stations. Cantor watched the ground war weaken with every movement. "You are stripping the western line," he said. "I am taking what the fleet requires. The western line is already collapsing. Then shorten it. There is nowhere left to shorten it to." Calgar looked across the Blackstone table. The light of a dying continent reflected from his armor. "You hold Saints' Haven. You hold Hyperia's principal arteries. Everything else is ground purchased with lives. Spend it according to need." Cantor's scarred face tightened. "The Astra Militarum cannot survive another reduction in air support. The Orcs will overrun the armor districts. The cult will isolate the transit forts. There will be no ground war if Abaddon gains uncontested orbital supremacy. And if you lose the fleet, then you will hold without it." Cantor gave a humorless breath. "That is your answer to everything. It is the only answer Vigilus has." Calgar transferred supreme planetary authority to the Crimson Fist's chapter master. Codes flowed into Cantor's command seal. Artillery groups, armored reserves, surviving void shields, water stocks and labor armies became his responsibility. Millions of lives changed ownership in silence. Cantor accepted the transfer. "I will hold your world. It is not mine. For the moment, it belongs to whoever is prepared to die for it." Calgar regarded him for a heartbeat. "Then ensure the enemy pays more." The strike cruiser carried him into orbit through a sky filled with falling wreckage. Vigilus diminished beneath the armored viewports, its fires becoming red points within the dark. Above it waited the fleet. Imperial warships gathered in ranks extending beyond mortal sight. Battleships kilometers in length moved beneath the protection of cruiser squadrons and escort screens. Their prows resembled armored cathedrals. Shrine towers rose above weapons batteries. Golden saints stared blindly into the void, while thruster flames burned behind them like captive stars. Every vessel was a city built for murder. Tens of thousands served aboard even the lesser cruisers. Ratings slept beside ammunition hoists. Entire family lines lived and died beneath decks that never knew sunlight. Press gangs, gun crews, armsmen, engine seers, voidsmen, confessors and servitors inhabited corridors older than the rulers of worlds. The fleet's engines consumed more fuel in an hour than many hive districts received in a year. Its guns could scour continents. It was not enough. The laurels of victory waited at the center of the formation. Calgar's flagship bore the scars of earlier battles across its blue and gold hull. Lance turrets lined the spine. Torpedo tubes opened along the prow like the mouths of subterranean beasts. The chapter's sigil blazed upon armor plating broad enough to form the wall of a fortress. Arch-Commodore Hensman received Calgar upon the command deck. The naval officer was old by mortal reckoning. Rejuvenate treatments had preserved the strength of his body, but not concealed the accumulated weight of command. One eye had been replaced with a brass augmetic. His coat was dark with sweat beneath the collar. "My lord," Hensman said. "Arch-Commodore." Behind him, hundreds of officers, servitors and ratings labored beneath galleries of hololithic light. Cherub constructs carried parchment orders between command stations. Vox priests chanted encryption litanies. Servitors bled from the ears as they processed distances too vast for unaugmented minds. The vengeful spirit appeared above the central display. The ancient vessel was surrounded by a Black Legion armada so immense that its outer escorts remained unresolved clouds upon the augurs. Traitor battleships advanced beside demon-bound cruisers and vessels that should have died 10,000 years before. Their wakes bruised the Imperium. Hensman enlarged the approaches. "We cannot match them vessel for vessel." "We will not attempt to." The Arch-Commodore studied Calgar's proposed disposition. 2 Imperial cordons formed around the approaches to Vigilus. The outer line consisted of fast cruisers, destroyers, and mine-laying vessels. Their task was to scatter torpedo salvos, seed the enemy's advance with void mines, and retreat along predetermined channels. Every withdrawal route would guide the Black Legion toward the inner cordon. The inner line waited behind overlapping lance batteries. Its battleships would strike the enemy from 3 directions. Defense monitors would close behind the traitors. Torpedoes launched from concealed stations would cut off escape. The geometry was precise. The casualty projections were not displayed. Hensman did not require them. "The inner cordon cannot disengage once the enemy closes," he said. "No." Several vessels lacked the speed to reposition after the first broadside. "They will remain where they are. You expect them to be destroyed. I expect them to hold position." The Arch-Commodore looked at the ships assigned to the sacrificial line. He knew their captains. He knew the names of their senior officers and the worlds that had provided their crews. "Has Saints Haven approved the expenditure?" "I have." Hensman met Calgar's gaze. Then he saluted. "The fleet will obey." Orders spread across the void. Gun decks awakened. On the lower batteries of the Laurels of Victory, thousands of ratings dragged shells along iron rails beneath the lashes of overseers. Macro-cannon ammunition towered above them, each round larger than a battle tank. Chains groaned, pistons hammered, incense mixed with sweat, blood, and propellant fumes. Hundreds labored to load a single broadside. A snapped cable cut 6 men apart. Their bodies were kicked from the loading path, while servitors dragged the shell onward. A gun captain recited the litany of true aim over the corpses, then ordered the breach sealed. Torpedo crews climbed into weapon housings to make final adjustments with their hands. Some did not emerge before the launch alarm sounded. The fleet moved into formation. Across the void, Ezekiel Abaddon watched them prepare their grave. The War Master stood upon the bridge of the vengeful spirit, surrounded by warriors who had killed beneath the walls of terror when the Imperium was young. The talon of Horus rested at his side. Drachnian whispered from its scabbard, offering names, promises, and images of slaughter. Abaddon ignored the demon. The Imperial formation unfolded before him. He saw the mine channels. He recognized the false weakness in the outer cordon. He understood where Calgar intended his fleet to turn and where the concentrated lance fire would fall. A Black Legion warlord approached the throne dais. The Corpse Emperor's ships invite pursuit. They invite obedience, Abaddon said. Then we deny them. No. The warlord looked up. Abaddon pointed toward the center of the trap. We break it. The losses are mine to command. The warlord bowed. Abaddon's gaze remained fixed upon the Imperial fleet. Calgar's strategy was sound. That made its destruction valuable. The Ultramarine expected discipline, caution, and the instinct of self-preservation shared by commanders who considered every battleship irreplaceable. Abaddon commanded vessels crewed by slaves and captained by monsters. He possessed ships whose engines housed demons that desired collision more than survival. He did not need to avoid the blade. He would drive it through his own flesh and seize the hand holding it. The Black Legion accelerated. The outer Imperial cordon fired. Torpedoes crossed the void in waves, their drives burning white as they traveled distances vast enough to swallow nations and armies. Chaos Point defense batteries filled the darkness with flak. Escorts moved before capital ships and accepted the impacts. A traitor destroyer vanished beneath 6 detonations. Its hull opened. Fire spread through its interior before the vacuum extinguished it. Thousands of bodies poured from the rupture, glittering briefly in the light of the next explosion. Void mines awakened. Some struck Black Legion escorts and tore them apart. Others were rammed by demon vessels whose hulls regenerated around the blasts. Iron folded like meat. Teeth emerged from ruptures. Engines screamed in voices that entered the minds of Imperial astropaths. The outer cordon withdrew. The traitors followed. Then Abaddon altered course. His central formation did not turn into the prepared channel. It drove through the minefield at full acceleration. Ships died by the dozen. The survivors used their wreckage as armor. Burning hulks struck mines intended for the vessels behind them. Demon-bound cruisers shoved crippled escorts ahead of their prows. One Black Legion battleship rammed through an Imperial destroyer without firing, carrying the smaller vessel embedded within its armor until both disappeared into the inner cordon. Hentzman watched the enemy advance. He knows. Yes, Calgar said. Order the inner line to withdraw? No. The Arch-Commodore issued the firing command. The void became light. Imperial lance batteries struck the Black Legion formation from multiple vectors. Beams crossed thousands of kilometers and sliced through armor, decks, and reactors. A traitor cruiser split into 3 burning sections. Atmosphere erupted from the wounds in silver clouds, filled with men, ammunition, and machinery. Macro cannon broadsides followed. Shells struck with enough force to move capital ships from their courses. Armor plates the size of hab blocks tore loose. Gun towers collapsed. Entire decks ceased to exist. The Black Legion continued forward. Its return fire reached the inner cordon. An Imperial battleship lost its prow beneath a concentrated lance strike. The forward chapels, torpedo chambers, and crew districts became a glowing crater. Tens of thousands died before the vessel's command deck registered the hit. Another ship took a broadside through its gun decks. The batteries exploded inward. Shells detonated in their loading cradles. Hundreds of ratings vanished in a storm of metal and boiling air. Men farther from the blast survived with their skin peeled from their bodies, deafened by pressure and blinded by the flash. Officers drove them back toward the surviving guns at sword point. Boarding torpedoes crossed between the fleets. They struck the laurels of victory along the lower decks. The first penetrated an ammunition gallery. Black Legionnaires emerged through the shattered hull and opened fire before the atmosphere had stabilized. Their bolts burst naval armsmen against the walls. Limbs, weapons, and loops of intestine drifted through the failing gravity. The second torpedo carried no warriors. Its interior contained an altar. Bound mortals had been nailed around a circle of carved blackstone. Their throats opened when the torpedo struck. Blood spread across the deck in patterns that ignored the ship's motion. Hidden traitors answered from within the crew. They had waited among pilgrims, labor gangs, and pressed ratings. At a prearranged signal, they killed the warding priests and opened their own veins across the machine shrines. The laurels of victory changed. Bulkheads began to bleed. Corridors lengthened until their far ends vanished into darkness. Crewmen heard voices speaking through the mouths of dead comrades. Some tore out their own eyes. Others turned weapons upon their officers, laughing as they fired. The air filled with perfume and decay. Demonettes emerged from reflections. They stepped through polished armor, picked screens and pools of blood. Their limbs were too long, their faces shaped into cruel approximations of beauty. Claws opened human bodies with delicate motions. One creature drew a fingernail across a gunner's abdomen and watched his organs spill into his hands. A greater presence followed. The Keeper of Secrets unfolded within the command spine. Its horns scraped the ceiling. Silk-covered flesh swelled around armor-like plates of bone. 4 arms spread across the corridor, each carrying blades whose edges shimmered with stolen sensation. Its face shifted between desire and nightmare. Crewmen dropped their weapons and walked toward it. They smiled as it killed them. Calgar left the bridge with the Victrix Guard. "You remain here," he told henchmen. "Continue the battle. My lord, the command spine leads directly back to this deck. Then I will stop it before it arrives." Bolter fire echoed through the ship. Calgar advanced into corridors that no longer obeyed their architecture. The Victrix Guard formed around him, shields locked and power swords ready. Demonettes came through the walls. The gauntlets of Ultramar fired. Mass reactive shells stripped limbs and faces from warp-born bodies. Demon flesh burst into steaming violet ichor that crawled across the deck before evaporating. A creature leapt over the shield wall. Calgar caught it by the throat and crushed the neck until the head tore free. The Keeper came through the smoke. Its first blade struck a Victrix shield and cut through field, metal, and warrior. The Ultramarine separated from shoulder to hip. His armor emptied blood across Calgar's boots. The second stroke reached Calgar. The armor of Heracles split along his side. The blade entered beneath the ribs and filled his body with agony sharpened beyond anything flesh should comprehend. He felt every nerve ignite. Memories not his own entered his mind. Worlds surrendering, warriors begging, saints discovering that their gods were silent. He seized the demon's wrist. The gauntlet's power field activated. Warp flesh blackened and ruptured beneath his grip. The Keeper screamed. Calgar drove his other fist into its abdomen. The impact burst the creature's torso outward in a flood of perfumed ichor and writhing organs. It recoiled, but one claw opened his breastplate and sent him crashing through a bleeding bulkhead. The Victrix Guard closed around their fallen lord. Plasma and bolter fire struck the greater demon. Shipboard armsmen joined them from adjoining corridors, firing until their weapons overheated and burst. The Keeper forced itself onward through the storm, leaving pieces of itself burning across the deck. Calgar rose. Blood filled one side of his armor. He charged. The Keeper raised its blades. Calgar struck before they descended. Both gauntlets hammered into the creature's chest. The power fields met the warp-born body with a detonation that collapsed the corridor walls. Bone plates shattered. Ichor boiled. The demon's form tore open from throat to pelvis. For an instant, something endless stared through the wound. Then the Keeper was dragged backward into the Imperium. Its lesser spawn vanished with it. Calgar remained standing until the corridor became real again. Then his heart faltered. The Victrix Guard caught him before he struck the deck. From the bridge of the Vengeful Spirit, Abaddon watched the Imperial cordons disintegrate. He did not require annihilation. Cruisers burned. The inner line had lost cohesion. Defense monitors were adrift. The surviving Imperial vessels could no longer prevent his armada from reaching Vigilus. Calgar had wounded the Black Legion. He had not stopped it. "Recall the forward packs," Abaddon ordered. "Preserve the descent vessels." A captain looked toward the dying Imperial ships. "We can finish them. We have finished what matters." On the laurels of victory, Calgar lay unconscious beneath apothecary instruments, while the fleet collapsed around him. Henchmen stood upon a bridge filled with smoke and dead officers. The flagship's tactical display flickered between functioning and failure. Half the inner cordon no longer answered. He gave the order. All surviving vessels, disengage toward Vigilus. Maintain battle formation. Signal planetary command that we are conducting an ordered redeployment. The lie passed across every loyal channel. No one aboard believed it. The Imperial fleet limped toward the Sentinel world, with engines failing and decks burning. It carried hundreds of thousands of dead within its shattered hulls. The Black Legion followed. The vengeful spirit translated into position above Vigilus and eclipsed the stars. Its shadow spread across the planet like a second night. Calgar awoke upon the operating slab. Pain suppressors clouded his thoughts. Apothecaries worked within his opened armor, sealing organs and removing fragments of demon blade. "Disconnect them," he said. The chief apothecary looked down. "My lord, the trauma. Disconnect the suppressors. Your body requires... My body requires obedience." The apothecary severed the feeds. Pain returned in full. Calgar rose from the slab while blood still ran through the surgical drains. "Take me to the strategium." The Imperium declared victory before the blood had dried inside the laurels of victory. Across Vigilus, every functioning voxcaster sounded the same fanfare. Brass horns blared through static. Ecclesiarchal choirs sang hymns of deliverance, while picked screens showed ancient recordings of Imperial warships advancing in immaculate formation beneath the Aquila. A stern voice followed. "Citizens of the Sentinel world, rejoice. The fleet of the archenemy has been broken before the righteous wrath of Lord MARNEUS CALGAR. The sons of Guilliman have returned triumphant. The orbital approaches remain secure. Vigilus stands." MARNEUS CALGAR listened from the strategium beneath Saint's Haven. He had one hand braced against the Blackstone command table. The armor of Heracles had been repaired only enough to move. New plates covered the gash carved by the Keeper of Secrets, but the ceramite remained unpainted, the raw metal bound by adamantine sutures. Beneath it, his flesh was held together by clotting agents, synth skin, and the stubborn strength of organs bred for war. Pain traveled through his side with every breath. He allowed it. The strategium's hololith showed the truth. The Imperial fleet had not broken the enemy. It had been broken. Cruisers drifted powerless above Vigilus. Escort squadrons existed only as scattered wreckage and distress beacons. The vengeful spirit controlled the high anchorages, surrounded by Black Legion warships, whose batteries could turn cities into crematoria. The orbital approaches were not secure. They belonged to Abaddon. Pedro Cantor stood opposite Calgar, the crimson of his gauntlet dark beneath the hololithic glow. "You permitted the transmission," he said. "I ordered it. Our fleet is crippled." "Yes." "Then this is not propaganda. It is a lie." Calgar enlarged the planetary display. Refugee movements, troop morale estimates, and desertion projections appeared beside the collapsing fronts. "Morale is materiel," he said. "It is expended, replenished, and directed like ammunition. The population believes the fleet returned victorious. Therefore, manufacturum attendance has risen, desertion has fallen, and 3 guard formations previously assessed as combat ineffective have resumed offensive action. Until the enemy shows them otherwise, then we will give them another truth." Cantor looked toward the ceiling, as though he could see the Black Legion vessels through kilometers of stone. "The War Master will bombard us. He will, and the people will know. Knowledge does not erase the usefulness of the hours purchased before it arrives." A vox servitor beside the table began choking. Its throat was a mass of scar tissue around a brass speaker grill. It convulsed as data entered its skull, then recited the newest casualty summary in a child's voice. "Dirkden Defense Authority has ceased recognized transmission. Confirmed infestation density exceeds containment threshold. Kalak's Bane reports total penetration of the northern fortresses. Mortwald water reserves are exhausted. Dontoria Plague Index has reached terminal classification. The servitor continued speaking as blood streamed from its nose. Calgar marked each region with the same command sigil: abandoned. The word appeared above Dirkden first. The hive sprawl remained inhabited by tens of millions. Its upper authorities still demanded reinforcement. Its lower levels belonged to the Genestealer cults, where brood chambers had spread through waterworks, furnace vaults, and ossuary tunnels. Every evacuation route had become an ambush corridor. Kalak's Bane followed. Orcs controlled the major roads.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Their war engines rolled between shattered bastions, while surviving Imperial regiments fought from isolated towers. Rescue would require forces no longer available. Mortwald glowed red. Its citizens had begun killing one another for condensation collected from ventilation grills. Arbite's precincts had been overrun by mobs carrying empty vessels and the severed heads of water officials. Dontoria flickered with diseased violet light. The plague there had no stable classification. Some victims drowned in their own blood. Others continued walking after their organs liquefied, spreading infection from mouths filled with black foam. Astropaths reported laughter within the contagion. Withdraw Astartes formations and all recoverable armor, Calgar ordered. Remove artillery pieces, mobile shield generators, fuel reserves, and skilled engine seers. Local garrisons will maintain resistance. A Lord General stared at the abandoned territories. Maintain resistance for how long? Until destroyed. My lord, several garrisons may still be extracted. They will delay the enemy. The soldiers know the transports are leaving. Then they will understand the value of time. Cantor's gaze hardened. Calgar saw the accusation before it was spoken. He saw it often now. Officers looked at him and wondered whether duty had hollowed out whatever remained of mercy. Calgar had no answer that would comfort them. He had no use for one. The abandonment orders moved outward through military channels. Elite troops withdrew beneath cover of artillery. Tanks rumbled from fortresses, while exhausted guardsmen remained at the walls. Space Marine gunships lifted from rooftops, packed with wounded soldiers, who raised their arms toward the departing craft. Some cursed, some prayed, some fired upon the gunships until commissars shot them down. The civilians followed. Columns left contaminated districts carrying ration sacks, religious icons, and empty water tins. They moved toward the surviving hives in numbers so immense that the roads became rivers of bodies. Many had not eaten in days. Children with cracked lips rode upon shoulders. Men dragged relatives on doors torn from HAB units. Quarantine lines waited ahead. Cadian heavy infantry had erected razor barricades across the primary route from Mortwald. Chimeras stood behind them, multi-lasers aimed down the road. Crimson fists occupied the towers overlooking the checkpoint. Their bolters remained lowered. For a time, loudhailers ordered the refugees to halt. The district beyond this line is under quarantine by authority of the Lord Commander's appointed War Council. Return to your habitation sectors. Passage is prohibited. The crowd did not stop. A priest climbed onto a wrecked transport and raised an icon of the Emperor. "We are loyal," he shouted. "We have served. We have tithed our sons and blood. Open the gates." The order repeated. The crowd continued forward. Those behind could not see the barricades. They pushed those ahead, bodies compressed. A woman vanished beneath the mass, her skull crushed under boots. A father lifted his son above the crowd until a surge snapped his arm backward. Someone fired a pistol. The shot struck a Cadian shield. The commander of the quarantine line requested instruction. Calgar answered from Saints Haven. "Hold the boundary." "My lord, non-lethal suppression has failed." "Then use lethal suppression." The Cadians fired. The first las volley cut through the front ranks. Bodies fell smoking against the wire. The crowd pushed over them. A second volley struck lower, severing legs and opening stomachs. Men collapsed beneath those behind them, spilling entrails across the road. The chimeras opened fire. Multi-laser bursts carved glowing channels through flesh. Heavy bolter shells entered torsos and detonated, hurling limbs and sheets of blood across the mob. The foremost refugees became a wall of torn bodies. Those behind climbed over the dead until the mound rose high enough to obscure the barricade. The Crimson Fists fired last. Their bolters ended the advance. Mass reactive rounds burst skulls, split chests, and tore whole sections from packed bodies. The road became slick beneath blood, excrement, and exposed organs. Survivors crawled away without limbs. Others remained trapped beneath corpses, suffocating while the firing line watched. When silence returned, the priest's icon stood alone above the dead. Pedro Cantor entered Calgar's command chamber while the casualty count was still arriving. His expression had the stillness of controlled anger. "You ordered my warriors to fire upon Imperial citizens. I ordered the quarantine maintained. You knew what that meant. I did. They were starving and unarmed. They came from a plague zone. Most showed no sign of infection. Most infected show no sign until the contagion is established." Cantor struck the table with his crimson fist. The black stone cracked beneath the blow. "They are the Imperium." "No." The word silenced the chamber. Calgar stepped closer. "They are citizens of the Imperium. They are not the Imperium itself." Cantor's eyes narrowed. "Then what remains when you remove the people?" "Continuity." "Of what?" "Mankind's dominion, its worlds, its armies, its law, its capacity to endure beyond any single population, city, or generation." Cantor looked at the red map surrounding them. "You speak of mankind as though human beings are an inconvenience. I speak of an empire beset by enemies that will consume every living soul if allowed to prevail. The Imperium survives because men die for men they will never meet. That is sacrifice. Yes. What happened at the quarantine line was slaughter. The distinction is decided by purpose." Cantor's face twisted. "Purpose does not sanctify everything." "No," Calgar said. "It merely determines whether the dead purchased anything." Before Cantor could answer, the Tacticae adepts presented their proposal. A magos projected the hive throats of Hyperia, Mortwald, and Saints Haven. Towering transit spires linked the upper districts with roads, rail arteries, and landing platforms. Chaos Raptors used them as aerial staging points. Genestealer armies traveled through their lower conduits. Orc columns forced their way upward along freight ramps, broad enough to carry super-heavy armor. The enemy fronts were too wide. Imperial forces could not defend them all. The Magos highlighted Prometheum lines, refinery tanks, and ammunition depots embedded throughout the contested districts. Controlled conflagration will render these approaches unusable, the machine priest said. Projected atmospheric draw will create self-sustaining firestorms. Structural collapse will channel hostile movement toward 3 defensible corridors. The hololith filled with orange. The proposed burn zones contained manufactorums, hab blocks, shrines, hospitals, and transit stations. They also contained millions of people. Astra Militarum strategists recommended the plan because no other remained. Navy officers calculated the effect of orbital incendiaries. Tech priests identified which pipelines could be ruptured remotely. Ecclesiarchal representatives asked whether relics might be removed first. Calgar asked one question: how long to extract the military formations? The Lord General consulted the projections. 6 hours for Astartes assets and mobile armor, 9 for artillery, more than a day for all guard infantry. You have 6. The general stared. That will abandon entire regiments. They will screen the withdrawal. And the civilian warning? There will be none. Cantor turned on him. Millions are inside those zones. If warned, they will choke every transit route. Some could escape, at the cost of artillery and armor required for the remaining defense. You have made the same calculation before. The numbers have not become kinder. Orders descended upon the doomed districts. No evacuation sirens sounded. Priests continued preaching from cathedral balconies. Manufactorum overseers drove workers through their shifts. Public vox systems repeated claims of imperial victory. Citizens watched columns of tanks moving through the streets and believed a counter-offensive had begun. In reality, the armor was leaving. Gun crews dismantled weapons beneath tarpaulins. Astartes squads withdrew by sealed routes. Officers told their regiments to hold position for incoming reinforcement. No reinforcement came. At the end of the 6th hour, Calgar stood before the ignition command. Cantor remained beside him. "You may still narrow the burn zones," the Crimson Fist said. "The enemy would retain the eastern spires, then destroy those alone. The resulting fire would not reach self-sustaining intensity. Some lives would be spared. More would be lost when the line fails." Cantor looked at the command rune. "Do you ever wonder whether the arithmetic has become an excuse?" Calgar's injured hand closed above the control. "Every time." He authorized the fires. Prometheum pipelines ruptured first. Fuel poured through lower transit galleries and flooded maintenance chambers. Charges ignited it in sequence. Flame ran beneath entire districts, erupting through street grills, lift shafts and sewage vents. Hab block foundations became furnaces. Then the artillery fired. Incendiary shells descended upon the hive throats in waves. White flames spread across roofs and walkways. Refinery tanks detonated. Burning fuel cascaded from upper spires like waterfalls from hell. The atmosphere itself caught fire. Oxygen rushed toward the expanding infernos. Hurricane winds pulled bodies, vehicles and debris from the streets. Citizens attempting to flee were dragged backward into the flames. Clothes ignited, skin blistered, tightened and peeled away. People fell while still running, their fat burning inside ruptured flesh. Sealed Hab units became ovens. Families hammered against doors fused shut by heat. Their screams rose through ventilation systems until the air disappeared. Those who did not burn suffocated in darkness, tearing at their throats while the fire consumed every breath. Thousands reached the high walkways. Behind them came flame. Below waited kilometers of empty air. They jumped. Bodies fell through smoke in endless streams. Some struck lower bridges and burst across the metal. Others disappeared into the burning depths. Children were thrown first in the hope that the Emperor might catch them. He did not. The enemy burned with them. Raptors descending upon the spires flew into firestorms, strong enough to tear jump-pack warriors from the sky. Their fuel cells ignited. Black armored bodies spiraled through the inferno, striking towers and exploding. Genestealer cult armies surged from the lower tunnels, only to collide with orc mobs, driven inward by the spreading flames. The two hordes met beneath collapsing manufactorums. Mining lasers cut greenskins apart. Burners incinerated hybrids by the score. Pure strains leapt through smoke and disemboweled orcs whose clothing was already aflame. A buried ammunition reserve detonated beneath both forces. The blast lifted an entire transit district. Towers broke at their bases. Millions of tons of burning ferrocrete collapsed into the levels below, crushing cultists, orcs, traitors, and Imperial survivors into a single compacted grave. The fire advanced for 2 days. When it stopped, the enemy front had narrowed. 3 defensible corridors remained. Calgar's atrocity had succeeded. The soldiers gave it a name before the administratum could assign one: Calgar's Fires. Some spoke the words with reverence. They claimed the chapter master had burned corruption from the world. They painted flames beneath the aquila and carried charred stones as relics. Others spat the name. Surviving guardsmen from the abandoned regiments carved it into shell casings before firing them. Refugees whispered that Calgar had killed more loyal citizens than the invaders. Priests argued over whether the dead were martyrs or casualties of judgment. an administratum adept, proposed renaming the event the Purifying Conflagration of Vigilus. Calgar refused. The name remains. My lord, it may damage confidence in your command. They were my orders. History may interpret them unfavorably. Then history will be accurate. Calgar stood upon the highest surviving bastion of Saints Haven. The horizon was red. Hive spires burned from foundation to summit, their silhouettes bending inside heat distortion. Ash fell across the battlements in thick black flakes. It coated the armor of the Ultramarines and Crimson Fists standing watch. Below them, the surviving Imperial armies rebuilt their lines behind walls of fire and corpses. Cantor joined Calgar at the parapet. For a long time, neither spoke. At last, the Crimson Fist looked toward the burning world. Can Vigilus still be saved? Calgar watched a distant spire collapse into the inferno. Saving it is no longer the objective. Cantor turned toward him. What is? Calgar's gaze remained upon the flames, ensuring the enemy cannot possess what remains. The Citadel Vigilant had endured longer than the Imperium remembered. Its foundations descended beneath the Vulian swirl into strata formed before mankind first raised cities upon Terra. Blackstone buttresses encircled the fortress. Towers without doors rose from trenches where gravity pulled sideways, and avenues carved by forgotten hands converged upon a central vault that no Imperial savant had ever opened. Priests had named the place sacred because they could not explain it. Abaddon called it useful. The War Master crossed the final causeway while the defenders died around him. Bringers of despair advanced at his side, their black Terminator plates scarred by Lascanon fire. Reaper autocannons hammered the battlements. Heavy shells broke men against the parapets, scattering pieces of armor and flesh over the ancient stone. Imperial soldiers fired until their barrels glowed. They had been ordered to hold the Citadel vigilant. They had not been told what it contained. They knew only that the fortress stood between Abaddon and the heart of the Vulian swirl. For most, that was enough. A lass beam struck the talon of Horus and dispersed across its ancient field. Abaddon raised the weapon. The integrated bolters fired. The defenders upon the nearest tower disappeared within explosions of masonry and blood. One guardsman was thrown over the battlement with both legs severed. He struck a lower platform, broke across its edge, and continued falling in two pieces. Abaddon did not watch him die. The fortress gate stood ahead, sealed beneath layers of adamantium and blackstone. Imperial sigils had been fixed across its surface. Wax seals fluttered beneath prayers of denial. Chains bound the doors together, each link blessed by priests who believed faith might compensate for ignorance. A bringer of despair placed melter charges along the seam. Abaddon raised one hand. No. The Terminator withdrew. Drachnian left its sheath. The demon blade screamed before it touched the gate. The sound passed through armor and bone. Men on the walls collapsed, clawing at their helms as blood ran from their ears. A commissar put his bolt pistol beneath his chin and fired, unable to endure the voice within the sword. Abaddon struck once. The gate opened from crown to foundation. Blackstone resisted for an instant, then split beneath the blade. The adamantium behind it ran molten. Both doors leaned inward and fell, crushing the defenders massed beyond them. Bodies burst beneath the weight. Blood spread around the edges of the fallen gate in steaming sheets. The War Master entered. The surviving garrison fought through galleries lit by red emergency lumens. Armsmen fired from shrines. Skitari cohorts emerged from maintenance vaults with galvanic weapons raised. An ancient dreadnought strode from the inner sanctum, its sarcophagus bearing the colors of a chapter whose name had been worn away by centuries of service. "You shall not pass," the warrior entombed within it said. Abaddon looked upon the machine. 10,000 years, he answered, and still your kind mistakes repetition for defiance. The dreadnought fired. Plasma engulfed the corridor. Abaddon advanced through it. His armor blackened. Warning sigils flared across his vision. The bringers of despair followed in his shadow, their plate burning beneath the sustained fire. The talon of Horus closed around the dreadnought's assault cannon. Metal shrieked. Abaddon tore the weapon from its mounting and drove the ruined barrels through the sarcophagus. The ancient warrior roared as machinery, preserved organs and amniotic fluid erupted from the wound. Drachnian entered beneath the armored front. The blade drank. The dreadnought's scream became a whisper, then ceased. Abaddon left the empty shell standing. Beyond it lay the Void Claw. The weapon filled the central vault. Concentric rings of blackstone hung above a shaft, without visible end. No chains supported them. No engines held them aloft. They rotated around one another in perfect silence, surrounding a core of compressed darkness that bent every light within the chamber toward itself. The Imperial custodians had built machinery around the ancient device without understanding it. Brass conduits, reactor feeds and control thrones clung to the blackstone like parasites upon a god's bones. Hundreds of servitors had been fused into the apparatus. Their eyes turned toward Abaddon as he entered. Some wept. The Warmaster approached the control dais. A warpsmith knelt there, surrounded by corrupted magi and bound psychers. The captives had been arranged around the Void Claw in widening circles. Iron spikes pierced their spines. Cables entered their skulls. Black legionaries moved among them, opening throats into channels carved through the floor. Blood reached the blackstone rings. The Void Claw awakened. The warpsmith bowed. "The weapon answers, Warmaster." "Not yet. The geomantic alignment is stable. The sacrificial resonance exceeds projection." Abaddon stared into the compressed darkness. Vigilus did not need to be conquered. Its armies did not need to be annihilated. Its hives did not need to bear the eye of Horus. The world mattered because of what lay beyond it. The Nachmund gauntlet was a wound through the great rift, a passage through which the Imperium maintained a trembling grasp upon half its dominion. Close the passage and mankind would fracture. 1,000,000 desperate wars would become 1,000,000 isolated extinctions. "Fire," Abaddon said. The Void Claw moved. The innermost ring accelerated first. The others followed. Blackstone rotated faster than sight until the separate rings became a single sphere of darkness. The bound psychers began screaming. Their bodies stretched toward the weapon without leaving their restraints. Bones elongated. Eyes pulled from sockets. Flesh unraveled into threads that vanished into the core. The Citadel Vigilant shook. Then gravity broke. Warships above the Vulian swirl lurched from formation. An Imperial cruiser turned broadside without command, dragged toward the planet by forces its engines could not resist. Escorts collided with it. Their hulls folded against one another. Atmosphere and crew spilled from ruptures in glittering streams. A Black Legion destroyer was caught by the same pull. Its captain demanded release. Abaddon did not answer. The vessel struck the upper atmosphere and ignited. Across Vigilus, mountains fractured along ancient fault lines. Their peaks lifted into the sky, surrounded by avalanches of stone that fell upward. Reservoirs erupted from their basins in vast columns, water rising kilometers before spreading across the clouds in dark, impossible seas. Hive towers bent. Steel groaned across structures designed to withstand orbital bombardment. Spires several kilometers high leaned toward the Vulian swirl. Bridges tore free from their anchorages. Hab blocks slid from foundations and crossed the landscape on tides of rubble. Millions died without seeing an enemy. Entire districts collapsed sideways. People were crushed against walls when gravity changed direction. Others fell upward through windows and disappeared into the smoke. Transit trains left their rails, crossed open air, and struck neighboring towers with such force that passengers were reduced to paste within their carriages. The planet became its own executioner. Tanks rose from defensive lines and overturned upon the soldiers beside them. Chimera transports tumbled end over end. grinding infantry beneath their hulls before vanishing into ash storms. Corpses lifted from trenches. The dead crossed battlefields in slow, spinning clouds. Detached limbs, broken weapons, and coils of barbed wire followed them. When gravity changed again, everything fell. Imperial positions disappeared beneath the remains of manufactorums torn from the earth. Orc speedwar formations suffered no less. Warbikes left the ground in roaring swarms. Their riders laughed until the machines began colliding above the battlefield. Battle wagons rolled through their own columns, crushing greenskins beneath iron wheels. Scrapjets cartwheeled into mobs and burst apart, spraying blades, fuel, and severed orc heads across kilometers of wasteland. "This is brilliant," an orc bellowed through an open vox channel. A tumbling gun tower struck him before he finished. Chaos adapted first. Raptors welcomed the broken laws of the world. They killed their engines and allowed themselves to fall sideways between spires, reigniting their jump packs only when they chose a new direction. Warp talons entered one fracture in reality and emerged from another, facing the ground as though it were a wall. At Saints Haven, MARNEUS CALGAR ordered himself chained to the strategium. The first gravitic surge had thrown 3 officers across the chamber. One struck a pillar hard enough to burst his skull inside his helm. Another fell upward into the ceiling and remained there until the field reversed. His body descended upon the command table, bones driven through his flesh by the impact. Calgar stood while servitors locked restraint clamps around the armor of Heracles. Adamantine cables secured him to the strategium dais. His damaged body protested every shift in weight. Wounds from the fleet battle reopened beneath his plate. He ignored them. The hololith could no longer maintain a stable planetary projection. Continents twisted. Fortresses moved across the display as their foundations were dragged from established coordinates. Commanders screamed conflicting reports through the Vox. "Saints Haven, this is Bastion Helican. Our northern wall is lifting. Command, the reservoir is above us. By the throne, the water is in the sky. Orbital debris crossing the Mortwald front. Impact in less than 1 minute. Gravity has reversed within the lower levels. We cannot reach the ammunition vaults." A servitor beside Calgar ruptured as pressure crushed its chest. Ribs broke through its skin. Its augmetic arms continued entering commands while blood poured across the console. Calgar tracked the pattern beneath the chaos. The anomaly radiated from the Citadel Vigilant. The outer bastions around Saints Haven flickered as their void shields strained against the shifting mass of the hive. If the shields failed, falling debris and orbital fire would erase the defensive complexes protecting the approaches. Amagos transmitted the only available solution. Power diversion from civilian shield sectors will stabilize Bastions Solon, Vortigern, and Cadmus. Calgar examined the projected cost. The civilian sectors housed millions. Their shields were the only protection against the debris storm already descending from the upper hive. "Divert power," he ordered. Pedro Cantor's voice entered the channel. "Those districts will be exposed." "Yes. Enemy bombardment is already inbound. The bastions must survive. Calgar, the hab zones will be flattened. Execute the diversion." Power moved. The void shields above the outer fortresses brightened. The shields above the civilian districts failed. A broken spire fell across the first hab zone. Its base struck before its upper length had fully separated, driving entire residential blocks beneath it. The impact wave tore people apart inside sealed rooms. Walls became shrapnel. Windows expelled clouds of blood, bodies and pulverized furnishings. Black Legion shells reached the second district. Without shielding, nothing impeded them. Towers opened under the bombardment. Flame traveled through ventilation shafts. Thousands burned in the darkness, while the bastions beyond remained protected. Calgar marked the districts expended. Another pattern emerged upon the tactical display. The anomaly had compressed a major portion of the speedwar into the region surrounding Silo 15. The ancient storage complex contained Prometheum reserves, Manufactorum vaults, and Blackstone stockpiles. Orc armies converged there from multiple directions, driven together by collapsing terrain. At their center moved Kruldaka, the warlord whose machines had terrorized the wastes. Millions of greenskins were concentrated within a single region. Imperial formations remained there as well. Cantor saw the same opportunity. There are 3 guard army groups around the silo. They cannot withdraw through the anomaly, Calgar said. They are still fighting. That is why the orcs remain concentrated. The chapter master opened a channel to the orbital weapons platform holding the cyclonic torpedoes. The naval commander hesitated when the target coordinates arrived. My lord, these weapons are reserved for terminal planetary sanction. They are authorized. The yield will destroy the silo region. That is the intention. Imperial forces remain inside the blast boundary. Calgar watched the orc mass tighten around Kruldaka's signal. Fire. The cyclonic torpedoes descended. They entered the atmosphere beneath burning wakes, each warhead carrying enough destructive force to end nations. Orc weapons fired upward. Rockets, shells, and beams filled the sky. None stopped them. The first torpedo struck beside Silo 15. The ground became light. The second penetrated deeper before detonating. The false continent lifted. Manufactorums, fortresses, and armies rose within a wall of fire broad enough to swallow the horizon. Orcs vanished in their millions. Imperial regiments disappeared beside them. Tanks became molten fragments. Blackstone stockpiles erupted, releasing pressure waves that stripped flesh from bone before either could burn. Kruldaka's command vehicle was hurled into the sky. For one moment, the warlord stood upon its burning hull, roaring at the descending fire. Then he and the machine became ash. The explosion left a crater visible from orbit. Silo 15 no longer existed. Neither did the soldiers Calgar had sacrificed with it. Harkon Worldclaimer descended through the storm that followed. His raptors came towards Saints Haven, along paths no sane pilot would have attempted. They leapt from inverted structures, crossed open voids between falling towers, and landed upon walls that had become floors beneath the broken gravity. Harkon's voice entered every surviving channel. Behold your sentinel world. He flew beneath a drifting hab block and emerged over the Imperial barricades. It casts down your temples. It drowns your armies beneath stone. Even the earth rejects the corpse god's chains. Raptors struck the fragmented approaches. Autocannons fired from sideways towers. Warp talons tore through inverted trenches. Possessed warriors ran along falling debris, reaching the Imperial line before the debris itself struck. Calgar released the restraints. The command staff stared at him. My lord, the field remains unstable. So does the front. Terminators waited beyond the strategium. Victrix's guard formed around him, shields locked. Calgar led them into Saints Haven's broken approaches. Autocannon shells struck the armor of Heracles. The first burst staggered him. The second shattered part of his pauldron and sprayed ceramite across the warriors behind him. Calgar continued forward. His gauntlets fired. A raptor crossing between inverted bastions took 2 bolts through the chest. The explosions tore him open. His jump pack carried the upper half of his body onward, while his legs fell toward a different horizon. Victrix, advanced by shields. Terminators, deny the eastern breach. Concentrate fire upon jump signatures before they alter vector. His orders remained measured. A possessed crashed into the shield wall. Its arms had become a cluster of bone hooks, each one barbed with teeth. It dragged a Victrix warrior from formation and opened his abdomen through the armor seam. Calgar seized the creature's skull. The gauntlet closed. Bone, horns, and brain matter burst between his fingers. He hurled the corpse into the next attacker and fired through both bodies. Harkon landed upon a falling bridge above him. Still counting lives, Lord of Ultramar? Calgar fired. The Worldclaimer launched himself aside. Bolts struck the bridge and opened it beneath his feet. Still speaking, Calgar answered. Therefore still failing. Harkon laughed as broken gravity carried him away. The counterattack advanced through a battlefield without a stable floor. Terminators teleported onto drifting structures. Victrix's guard crossed walls, while artillery shells fell sideways above them. Calgar fought at the center, his body damaged, his armor fractured, his voice calm. He crushed a raptor against a support column. He tore the arm from a possessed and used the severed limb to drag the creature into the firing line. He directed every movement toward restoring the approach corridors, never mistaking slaughter for the objective. By the time the anomaly weakened, Saints Haven still stood. The victory felt smaller than ever. Calgar returned to the Strategium and studied what remained of Vigilus. The Blackstone stockpiles at Silo 15 had detonated with greater violence than the cyclonic weapons alone could explain. Noctilith readings fluctuated across the planet. The Voidclaw's discharge had disturbed the same invisible structures that held the Nachmund Gauntlet open. Nemengast had manufactured Blackstone components. Harkon had prepared slaughter upon a planetary scale. Abaddon had seized the Citadel Vigilant and activated a weapon capable of wounding both matter and the passage through the Great Rift. The conclusion was no longer avoidable. The War Master did not need Vigilus intact. He did not need its hives, its mines, or its armies. He required blood, Blackstone, and sufficient pressure to collapse the road through the Cicatrix Maledictum. Conventional victory could not stop him. Calgar looked upon the shadow of the vengeful spirit hanging above the world. He would require a weapon Abaddon did not expect, and he would require the War Master to look elsewhere when it struck. The Vigilus Senate discussed murder with the solemnity of men debating rainfall. Exterminatus appeared above the Strategium table as a black sigil surrounded by projected casualty columns. Retreat routes glowed beside it, each route crossing void lanes now dominated by the Black Legion. The surviving lords, generals, priests, and magi spoke over one another, while the fractured image of Vigilus turned beneath them. Continued defense is no longer mathematically sustainable, said the senior Mechanicus representative. Planetary denial offers the greatest probability of preventing hostile acquisition. You mean burn the world? An Astra Militarum general replied. I mean render all strategic assets unusable. There are still armies fighting down there. Then their remaining military value may be included within the denial action. A noble of the Aquilarian Council stood with both hands pressed against the table. Retreat remains possible. The remaining void-capable transports could extract the governing houses, command cadres and essential bloodlines before the Black Legion closes the orbital corridor. Pedro Cantor looked at him. Essential bloodlines. The noble faltered beneath the Crimson Fist's stare, but continued. Civil authority must survive somewhere. Civil authority has survived here by sheltering beneath soldiers you now propose to abandon. The chamber filled again with argument. Marneus Calgar listened from the head of the table. The armor of Heracles had been repaired after the fighting at Saints Haven, but damage remained visible beneath the fresh plates. One pauldron was unpainted. A deep fracture crossed the breastplate where a possessed had struck him. Beneath the armor, his wounds pulled against sutured flesh every time he breathed. The pain was insignificant beside the tactical display. Dirkden was lost. Mortwald had ceased organized resistance. The fires around Hyperia still burned, drawing ash across the world in storms thick enough to darken the false continents. The Citadel Vigilant remained in Abaddon's hands. The Voidclaw had destabilized both the planet and the Nachmund Gauntlet. The vengeful spirit watched from orbit, while its attendant fleet strangled every Imperial approach. Retreat would surrender the passage. Exterminatus might close it. Gilliman's order remained unchanged. Vigilus must not fall. Calgar raised one gauntlet. The chamber became silent. There will be no retreat, he said. There will be no planetary destruction. The noble's voice trembled. Then we are discussing the form of our extinction. No, we are discussing the enemies. The Mechanicus representative inclined his hooded head. Available Imperial assets do not support that conclusion. Imperial assets do not. A murmur crossed the Senate. Cantor understood first. You intend to involve the Xenos. Calgar expanded the map around the rings of nothingness. Crimson glyphs marked Eldari formations fighting among the ruins, swift and elusive, striking Imperial and Chaos forces, according to motives no human commander could fully determine. The Saim Han remain on Vigilus, Calgar said. They oppose Abaddon's purpose. They also kill our soldiers, the Lord General answered. They have killed fewer than the Black Legion. That is not an argument for trust. I require their usefulness, not their trust. The ecclesiarchal representatives began protesting at once. One priest denounced all alliance with the alien as spiritual contamination. Another demanded that negotiations begin only after the Eldari delivered hostages and submitted to ritual sanction. Calgar ignored them. Aedion holds the rings, he said. I will go there. Cantor's expression hardened. Personally? Yes. The War Master controls the skies. Harkon's raptors still range beyond Saint's Haven. You are wounded, and the Eldari will recognize the value of killing. You. That is why they will listen. At the Rings of Nothingness, Aedion stood upon a field of broken mirrors and watched the Eldari come through the smoke. The place had once been an excavation complex surrounding a formation of blackstone circles. The gravitic anomaly had broken the rings apart and scattered them across the landscape. Some hung in the air, others had sunk halfway into the earth. Shards of polished stone reflected scenes that did not exist. Burning stars, dead oceans and armies marching beneath unfamiliar skies. Imperial trenches curved between the fragments. Aedion held the center. The chapter champion's armor was scarred by shuriken fire. His power blade rested low beside him, its field humming through the ash. Ultramarines formed firing lines along the trench lips. Behind them, Astra Militarum heavy weapons tracked shapes moving between the suspended stones. The Eldari did not advance like humans. They appeared. Jetbikes crossed the battlefield at impossible speed, banking around blackstone fragments without slowing. Their riders wore the red and white of Saim Han. Shuriken cannon fire hissed through the trenches. A guardsman beside Aedion came apart. The first discs cut through his breastplate. The next entered his torso and expanded within it. Skin, uniform, and organs separated into thin red layers. His body collapsed as a glistening heap before his mind understood it had died. Hold, Aedion ordered. A jetbike climbed over the Imperial position. The Ultramarines fired together. Bolter rounds struck the elegant machine beneath its rider. The hull ruptured. The jetbike spun through the air and hit a blackstone shard. Rider and vehicle shattered against it, scattering armor, limbs, and bright fragments across the trench. Another squadron swept in from the flank. A Lehman Russ turned its turret. The battle cannon fired too late. The shell passed behind the jetbikes and detonated among distant ruins. The Eldari answered with concentrated fire. Shurikens sliced through vision blocks and armor seams. The tank commander erupted from the cupola in pieces, his upper body reduced to strips of flesh thrown across the turret. A lance struck the engine compartment. The Lehman Russ became a furnace. Crewmen forced open the hatches. One emerged without his face, skin and eyes cut away by shuriken fragments. Flames followed him. He fell into the trench and burned while guardsmen stepped over him to keep firing. Aedion did not order an advance. His task was not victory. Victory would force the Eldari to answer with greater strength. Retreat would reveal weakness. He required a stalemate violent enough that Saim Han could not dismiss the Imperium, yet controlled enough that negotiation remained possible. A difficult line. An ultramarine to his left fell when a shuriken burst entered beneath the gorget. The discs crossed his throat and decapitated him so cleanly that the head remained upright for an instant before sliding from the armor. Aedion marked the position. Second squad, close the interval. Devastator element, deny the southern rise. Missiles streaked over the trenches. One struck an Eldari grav platform and tore it apart. Its crew vanished inside the detonation. Pieces of wraithbone rained down like white teeth. The Eldari withdrew before the next volley. They left no wounded. Aedion saw movement among the fractured rings. A tall figure stood upon a platform of red wraithbone. Robes moved around him despite the absence of wind. A helm concealed his face, its crest curving backward like the head of a hunting bird. Anvir Keltok watched the battlefield through eyes that saw more than its present violence. Aedion raised his blade. The Farseer did not return the salute. The battle continued until engines sounded behind the Imperial line. Calgar came without banners. His gunship landed beyond the trenches, its armor blackened by earlier combat. Victrix's guard descended first. Calgar followed, each step driving fractured stone into the mud. Aedion met him at the command position. "My lord, report." Eldari strength remains concealed. Their visible elements could breach the southern line if committed. They have not done so. Because they are waiting. Aedion looked toward the red platform among the rings. "For you." Calgar studied the enemy positions. "Order all units to cease fire." Aedion did not hesitate. The signal passed along the Imperial line. Bolters lowered. Guardsmen stared across the battlefield, breathing hard behind dust masks. Several officers protested through the Vox. Aedion silenced them. The Eldari fire ceased moments later. Smoke drifted through the space between the armies. Calgar walked into it alone. The Victrix guard remained behind. Imperial weapons covered his advance. Eldari lances tracked him from the ruins. Jet bikes hovered above the ground with engines whispering. Every warrior present understood how easily the chapter master could be killed if either side chose to resume firing. Calgar intended them to understand. He crossed the field beneath the aim of two armies and stopped before the floating platform. Keltok looked down at him. "Marneus Calgar," the Farseer said. His voice was calm, carrying without amplification. "Lord of a realm built upon bones, heir to a dream your species murdered before it understood it. I did not come for your judgment. All humans come beneath judgment. Most are merely too deaf to hear it. I came because Abaddon intends to close the gauntlet." Keltok descended from the platform. His feet touched the ground without disturbing the ash. And now the Mon Key perceives the blade because it rests against his throat. "What have you foreseen?" Keltok tilted his helm. "Worlds without dawn. Craft world paths ending in black fire. Your Imperium divided into islands, each one extinguished beneath a different hand. The skein bleeds around this place. What action prevents it? You ask for answers as though fate were a tactical slate. I ask what military action is required." A trace of disdain entered the Farseer's posture. Crude, direct, almost refreshing. Calgar waited. Keltok turned toward the broken rings. "The vessel you call the Vengeful Spirit is protected by more than armor. Its defenses are ancient, layered and awake. Your remaining fleet cannot approach it. Your weapons cannot reach it, while the Black Legion holds the upper void. You possess a means. We possess many things your kind cannot comprehend. Do you possess a means?" The Farseer looked back. "Yes." Aedion watched the exchange from the Imperial trench. He could not hear every word, but he saw the moment the negotiation changed. Keltok's stillness sharpened. The Eldari warriors nearby turned their helms toward Calgar with sudden attention. The Farseer raised one hand. A shape appeared above it, rendered in pale light. A vessel, slender, bladed, nearly invisible even within the projection. "Vol's ghost," Keltok said. "It has crossed battle lines unseen by human augur and demon sight. It may approach the War Master's vessel where your fleet cannot." "What price?" The question came without hesitation. Keltok's helm turned towards Saint's Haven. Rylor. Calgar knew the name. Autarch Rylor had died under circumstances disputed by every surviving witness. The Eldari claimed murder. The Aquilarian Council claimed lawful defense against Xenos intrusion. Records had been sealed, altered, and lost. Imperial officials connected to the event still sat within the Vigilus Senate. Rylor is dead, Calgar said. His blood is not settled. You require vengeance. We require balance. Name those responsible. Keltok's voice became colder. They know themselves. That is insufficient. It is precise enough. Calgar looked toward the battlefield. Adion's forces waited behind him. Beyond them, Vigilus burned beneath the shadow of Abaddon's fleet. How many? The Farseer did not answer directly. The dead do not count as your administratum counts. One life may weigh more than a city. One act may poison 1,000 futures. I asked how many, and I have told you the question is malformed. Calgar stepped closer. I will not bargain through riddles. You require a debt settled. I require a vessel. State the terms, or return to your war. For a moment, the air around Keltok shimmered. Then the Farseer inclined his head by the smallest degree. Bring us to the place where your rulers hide behind words. The Vigilus Senate chamber was sealed before Keltok entered it. Saimhan chieftains accompanied him through the governor's palace. Their armor was red as fresh blood, their helms crested and severe. Imperial guards watched them pass with hands upon weapons. Priests whispered condemnations from alcoves. More than one officer looked toward Calgar, as though waiting for him to declare the procession a deception and order the aliens killed. He did not. The Victrix Guard closed the Senate doors. No one entered. No one left. Inside, the Aquilarian Council faced the Farseer. Calgar stood at the head of the Blackstone table, while accusation, denial, and ancient grievance moved through the chamber. Keltok spoke names. Council members demanded proof. Records were produced and rejected. One noble called Rylor a trespasser. Another insisted that no human court could recognize a Xenos claim. Calgar listened. At one point, a pistol cleared its holster. A Victrix guard seized the weapon before it fired. The doors remained closed. Outside, Pedro Cantor waited beneath the carved saints of the palace corridor. Adion stood opposite him, blood still drying across his armor from the rings of nothingness. What occurs within? Adion asked. Cantor looked at the sealed doors. A transaction. Hours passed. When the doors opened, the Eldari emerged first. Keltok did not look toward Cantor. His chieftains followed in silence. No blood marked their weapons. Calgar came after them. Several seats within the Senate were empty. The members of the Aquilarian Council who had occupied them did not emerge. Their guards had heard no shots. No bodies were carried from the chamber. No execution order entered the official record. One surviving councillor demanded that the palace be searched. Calgar refused. Another asked whether the missing officials had been surrendered to the Xenos. Calgar gave no answer. The sealed record of the conference was transferred to his personal authority and removed from the Senate archive. Cantor followed him into an empty command chapel. You paid them. Calgar continued toward the altar. You knew what they required, Cantor said. Yes. And you accepted? Yes. No trial, no judgment before Imperial law. Men disappear because a Xenos witch demanded blood, and the chapter master of the Ultramarines calls it strategy. Calgar stopped beneath the stone image of the Emperor. The officials involved condemned Imperial forces through concealment, compromised relations with an armed faction already operating upon Vigilus, and obstructed a military necessity. That is not why they were taken. No. Cantor's crimson gauntlet closed. Then do not dress this in law. I have not. Gilliman's sons are meant to stand for order. We stand so order may survive. By secret murder? By accepting the cost required to prevent a greater one? Cantor's voice lowered. Honor does not survive every compromise. Calgar turned toward him. Honor is not the luxury of remaining unstained while others pay for your purity. Honor is knowing the act will damn you and accepting that damnation rather than passing it to countless souls who never chose the burden. That is how tyrants absolve themselves. I have absolved nothing. The two chapter masters stood beneath the Emperor's image, neither willing to yield. At last, Cantor looked away. I pray the weapon is worth the price. So do I. Vol's ghost arrived before the next cycle ended. It appeared inside Saints Haven's protected airspace without triggering a single warning rune. One moment the landing platform was empty. The next, the Eldari vessel rested above it, its hull reflecting the fires of Vigilus without seeming fully present. Keltok stood beneath its prow. The debt is closed, he said. Calgar looked upon the ship. No debt closes while memory survives. Then perhaps your species is capable of learning after all. Within the strategium, the shape of a plan began to form. Calgar placed Val's ghost beside the image of the vengeful spirit. He added the surviving Imperial fleet. Then the Orc concentrations displaced by the anomaly. Saim Han attack corridors, bulk landers, Deathstrike missile stocks, vortex warheads held under seals that had not been broken in generations. Pedro Cantor studied the projection. The fleet will not survive that approach. No. The landers will be identified before reaching orbit. Not if there are enough of them. And the Orcs will go where they are angered into going. Keltok watched the human commander arrange armies as though moving blades across a board. What do you name this design? The Farseer asked. Calgar looked at Abaddon's flagship hanging over Vigilus like an executioner's axe. A necessity. He began assigning the dead. The serpent's lure began with a lie whispered into an Orc command channel. A Saim Han transmission pierced the crude voxnet surrounding the western ash wastes, mocking the greenskin warlords who had survived the destruction of Silo 15. The voice promised hidden Imperial fuel reserves beneath the ruins of Magentine. It named rival bosses as cowards who had already begun moving toward the prize. Within minutes, Orcs were killing one another for the right to reach it first. Warbikes roared from scrap fortresses. Trucks and battle wagons vomited black exhaust across the wastes. Mobs surged after them beneath glyph-covered banners, firing into the air and into rival columns whenever the distinction ceased to matter. There were no fuel reserves beneath Magentine. There were Eldari jetbike clans. They struck the Orc vanguard and fled before the greenskins could surround them. Shuriken cannon fire sliced riders from their machines. One warboss lost half his face to a monomolecular disc and continued roaring through the blood pouring from his skull. He pointed his cleaver at the retreating Xenos and ordered every vehicle within sight to follow. The hunt turned east. Anvir Keltok watched it through the skein. He stood within the command chamber of Val's ghost, while images of possibility unfolded around him. Wraithbone surfaces reflected battles that had not yet happened. In one future, the Orcs broke from pursuit and discovered the deception. In another, an Imperial artillery group fired too early and destroyed the jetbike clan meant to lead them onward. In a third, Harkon Worldclaimer descended upon the bait force and unraveled the entire design. Keltok touched one strand of light. It darkened beneath his fingers. "You move armies as a butcher moves carcasses," he said. MARNEUS CALGAR appeared upon the vessel's hololithic relay, his image broken by interference from the Great Rift. A butcher does not require the carcass to remain dangerous. No, he merely believes death has made it simple. Calgar ignored the insult. Will the Orcs reach the Iron Warrior line? If your artillery withdraws at the appointed moment. It will. And if the Mon Ki commanders decide to preserve their soldiers rather than obey, they will obey. Keltok regarded the human's scarred face. You possess remarkable faith in fear. I possess reliable communications and officers who understand the penalty for failure. The Farseer turned his attention back to the skein. Then your species may yet prove useful. Across Vigilus, Imperial formations abandoned positions they had defended for weeks. The withdrawals were not routed collapses. They were timed ruptures. Astra Militarum artillery ceased firing from the Magentine ridges and began moving south beneath smoke screens. Skitari maniples withdrew from Manufactorum ruins, leaving power relays active and weapon emplacements cycling as though still crude. Armored regiments opened apparent gaps in the defensive line, then vanished through tunnels prepared in secret. The enemy saw weakness. Every faction interpreted it according to its own hunger. The Orcs saw frightened prey. Genestealer cults saw the day of ascension drawing near. Black Legion warlords saw a chance to claim ground before their rivals. Iron warriors saw fortifications abandoned before they could be methodically reduced. Harkon Worldclaimer saw a pattern. He stood upon a broken observatory above Storval, while tactical runes burned across his vision. Imperial fronts were folding, but not like fronts overcome by panic. They withdrew in sequence. Each collapse exposed another enemy force, rather than Saints' Haven. An Orc horde pursued Simhan raiders into the Black Legion's western staging fields. Genestealer columns flooded into districts the Iron Warriors had mined for demolition. Imperial armor abandoned one road only after Chaos reserves had committed to another. Harkon tightened his hand around the Hellspear. The corpse worshippers are herding us. Black Legion captain stood beside him, armor bearing the scars of the long war. They are dying. They have been dying since we arrived. Their lines fail, where Calgar permits them to fail. The captain looked across the burning world. You grant him too much. Harkon turned sharply. I have watched him burn his own cities, abandon armies, and turn my promise against me. He does not require victory from each movement. He requires us to believe we understand the price he is paying. And what is the purpose? Harkon studied the orbital feeds. The vengeful spirit remained above Vigilus, protected by the surviving Black Legion armada. The Imperial fleet was crippled. No planetary weapon possessed the range or strength to threaten the War Master's flagship. Yet Calgar continued moving armies on a planetary scale. The Worldclaimer opened a channel to Abaddon. The War Master answered after a long silence. Speak. The Ultramarine is shaping the war. Of course he is. This is not a defense. It is preparation. For what? That remains hidden. Abaddon's voice did not change. Then find it. Below, the serpent's lure tightened. Billions moved without knowing why. Entire hive populations fled through corridors opened according to Calgar's timetable. Their movement forced Genestealer cells to abandon concealed lairs and join the refugee streams. Skitari maniples redirected power through ruined districts, illuminating false supply routes for enemy augurs. Guard army groups attacked, withdrew and attacked again, leaving mountains of dead in places that possessed no value beyond the reactions they provoked. Chaos warbands turned upon one another over imagined objectives. Orc hordes followed Eldari riders through burning cities. Cult armies emerged from beneath the earth and collided with both. The war ceased to resemble strategy to anyone trapped within it. It became weather. It became a continental convulsion of armor, bodies, and fire. At the killing grounds east of the Rings of Nothingness, the Orcs found Legio Decapitorum. Traitor Titans stood among fortress lines built by the Iron Warriors. Warhound engines prowled ahead of Reavers and Warlords. Their armor bore the Eye of Horus, chained skulls and kill markings earned across worlds whose names had been forgotten. The Eldari jet bikes crossed the killing field at full speed. Titan weapons tracked them. Then the Orcs arrived. The first wave was so vast that the ground disappeared beneath green flesh and iron. Battle wagons smashed through minefields. War bikes leapt from shattered ridges. Stompers advanced behind them, belching shells and smoke. The lead warhound fired its plasma blast gun. A sun was born upon the battlefield. Thousands of Orcs vanished. Those at the edge of the detonation became burning silhouettes before the pressure wave broke them apart. Battle wagons melted into the earth. A river of liquefied metal and fat ran between the craters. The survivors charged faster. "Big walkers!" an orc bellowed. "Get the big guns on 'em!" Rockets crossed the sky in swarms. Most missed. Some struck the Iron Warrior fortifications. Others hit nearby orcs and threw cheering mobs into the air. Several reached the Warhound. Void shields flared. One failed. A crude armor-piercing shell entered the Titan's knee and detonated inside the joint. The god machine stumbled. Orcs swarmed beneath it. The Warhound's foot came down upon them, crushing hundreds into a slick mass of bone and green flesh. A second step collapsed the weakened leg. The Titan fell sideways through its own supporting infantry. Iron warriors disappeared beneath it. The engine struck the ground with enough force to lift tanks into the air. Its reactor ruptured moments later. White fire swallowed orcs, traitors, and Imperial scouts hidden kilometers away. Calgar's artillery began firing. Basilisks and manticores struck both armies. Earthshaker rounds burst among orc mobs. Rocket barrages hammered the Titan lines. Imperial shells had no target designation separating greenskin from heretic. The killing ground became a single wound, filled with torn bodies and burning engines. A Reaver Titan lost an arm beneath concentrated stomper fire. The severed limb fell like a collapsing tower. Its weapon barrel struck an orc column and flattened vehicles across hundreds of meters. The Reaver remained upright, reactor bleeding light through its wounded shoulder, and crushed another stomper beneath its remaining fist. The Serpent's lure did not require a victor. It required every surviving enemy to look toward the slaughter. Calgar stood within Saints Haven's strategium while the false war consumed the tactical display. He dismissed each front as soon as it fulfilled its purpose. The orc concentration has committed. Acknowledged. The Iron Warriors are drawing reserves east. Acknowledged. The Saim-Han riders have cleared the bombardment boundary. Acknowledged. Pedro Cantor watched him reduce billions of lives to confirmation runes. "New Vitae?" he asked. Calgar changed the display. The dock complex rose above Mortwald's dead outskirts, its launch towers standing within fields of ash and starving refugees. Bulk landers waited beneath armored gantries. Their holds had once carried ore, machinery, and tithed regiments between the surface and orbit. Now most carried ballast, rock, scrap metal, broken servitors, empty ammunition crates sealed beneath layers of false warding. Only 6 carried weapons that mattered. Deathstrike missiles lay within their holds, secured inside gravitic cradles. 4 bore conventional strategic warheads capable of tearing open a battleship's outer decks. 2 carried vortex warheads. The weapons had remained sealed beneath Mechanicus authority for generations. Their activation rites required blood, oil, and the recitation of command formulae older than many Imperial worlds. If detonated aboard the Vengeful Spirit, they would not merely explode, they would tear holes into the warp. Iron warriors attacked New Vitae before the first lander launched. Siege artillery struck the outer walls. Shells penetrated hab blocks sheltering dock workers and burst among the crowds. Bodies covered the launch avenues. Servitors continued dragging fuel lines through pieces of their former overseers. Bulk landers rose through fire. One climbed less than a kilometer before a Lascanon beam opened its engine. The vessel rolled into a tower crowded with refugees. The impact converted the lower districts into a storm of metal, blood, and burning fuel. The remaining landers scattered according to identical flight plans. No external marking distinguished missile carrier from decoy. Cantor watched Iron Warrior aircraft descend upon them. Assign fighter cover to the northern group. No, Calgar said. They will be destroyed. That is their purpose. Their crews were told they possessed extraction corridors. They possess launch corridors. Cantor turned toward him. They believe fighters are coming. If we alter the escort pattern, the enemy will identify the valuable vessels. One squadron would preserve thousands. One squadron would reveal 6 ships among hundreds. A distress channel opened. "This is Lander Faith's burden. Hostile interceptors closing. No escort on Augur. Repeat, no escort. Request immediate support." Cantor reached for the command rune. Calgar placed one gauntlet over it. The transmission continued. "We are carrying sacred cargo. By the throne, answer us." Iron Warrior fire crossed the pict feed. The Lander's cockpit vanished. The vessel continued climbing for several seconds before turning into the path of another decoy. Both ships collided. Their crews died believing a mistake had been made. Cantor looked at Calgar's hand. "How many?" "The number is irrelevant. How many Imperial lives are you prepared to spend?" "All that are required." "There must be a limit." "The enemy has set it." Calgar removed his gauntlet from the rune. "Abaddon will take every life upon Vigilus, if allowed to prevail. The question is not how many die. The question is whether their deaths purchase anything." Above the planet, Arch-Commodore Hensman assembled what remained of the Imperial fleet. The laurels of victory stood among crippled cruisers, damaged escorts and merchant vessels, armed with whatever guns could be fitted to their hulls. Some ships had engines that could no longer reach full acceleration. Others carried skeleton crews drawn from survivors of 3 destroyed vessels. Hensman appeared upon the strategium relay. Fleet formation established. Calgar studied the ships. "The Black Legion must believe this is our final attempt to recover orbital control. They will believe it. You are not required to defeat them." The Arch-Commodore smiled without humor. "That is fortunate. You are required to hold their attention long enough for Vol's ghost to reach the missile carriers. And afterward? There is no afterward in the plan." Hensman absorbed the answer. Behind him, officers moved across a bridge repaired with exposed cables and plates taken from lower decks. "How convincingly must we die?" "Completely." The Arch-Commodore saluted. "The Emperor protects." Calgar returned the gesture. "Through those who act." Harkon received confirmation of the Imperial fleet's movement as the Titan battle reached its height. He watched the surviving Loyalist vessels rise from behind Vigilus and form for attack. Too obvious, too desperate. Exactly what Calgar wished the Black Legion to see. Harkon opened the War Master's channel again. "The fleet is bait." Abaddon's reply came from the strategium of the Vengeful Spirit. "Everything Calgar commands is bait. He is concealing a strike." "With what weapon?" Harkon had no answer. The cyclonic stockpiles had been expended at Silo 15. The orbital batteries were ruined. The Imperial battleships lacked the strength to breach the Black Legion screen. "No weapon remaining upon Vigilus can threaten this vessel," Abaddon said. "The Ultramarine does not spend worlds without purpose. He spends them because he has nothing else." Harkon looked down at the planetary war and felt uncertainty enter him like a blade. At Saints Haven, Calgar prepared the final piece. "The Eyrie of Reflection," he said. Cantor stared at him. "You intend to go there?" "Yes." "The palace approaches are exposed. Harkon controls the upper spires. Abaddon can reach you by teleport strike. That is the requirement. You cannot defeat him." "No." The answer came without hesitation. Cantor's expression changed. "You expect to die." "I expect Abaddon to believe I am willing to." "And are you?" Calgar looked toward the image of the Vengeful Spirit. "I have been willing since Gilliman gave the order." He ordered every loyal transmitter aligned. Vox towers turned toward orbit. Astropaths were chained into relay thrones. Servitors awakened across the planet, including those damaged beyond useful speech. The message entered trenches, manufactorums, refugee camps, Black Legion channels, and the command deck of the War Master's flagship. Calgar stood beneath the Aquila. His voice crossed Vigilus. "Ezekiel Abaddon." The use of the War Master's given name silenced loyalist and traitor channels alike. "You have hidden behind prophets, slaves, and the shadow of a dead father's rebellion. You call yourself War Master, yet every victory you claim was purchased with Horus's failure. Upon the vengeful spirit, Abaddon turned toward the transmission. Calgar continued. You inherited his weapon. You inherited his war. You inherited the ruin he lacked the strength to complete. Drachenyan whispered within its sheath. Black Legion officers watched their lord. You are not Horus reborn, Calgar said. You are the carrion feeding upon what remained of him. Cantor understood then. The challenge was not meant to inspire Vigilus. It was crafted for one listener. Calgar had studied Abaddon's wars, pride and hatred. Every word was a blade placed with surgical care. I await you at the Eyrie of Reflection, Calgar said. Come and prove that 10,000 years have made you more than the slave of another man's defeat. The transmission ended. Across the planet, armies roared. Upon the vengeful spirit, Abaddon rose. The serpent's lure tightened around him. The Eyrie of Reflection burned above Saint's Haven like the crown of a dying king. Its highest towers had once been sheathed in polished adamantine, each surface angled to catch the light of Vigilus's poisoned sun and cast it across the governor's palace. Now those same mirrors reflected only fire. Smoke boiled from shattered galleries. Broken statues leaned over the abyss, their marble faces split by shellfire. The saints carved upon them looked down upon a city they had failed to protect. MARNEUS CALGAR climbed toward them. He ascended by the Pilgrim's Causeway, the most visible path to the Eyrie, and therefore the most dangerous. The bridge wound around the palace spires in broad, exposed arcs, rising kilometre after kilometre above the lower hive. Its parapets had been shattered. Its shrine alcoves were filled with corpses. Every stretch of paving stone bore the black smears of men dragged away by raptors. The Victrix Guard advanced around their chapter master. Their shields formed a moving wall of cobalt and gold. Power swords crackled behind them. The warriors stepped over the dead without breaking formation, boots grinding spent bolt casings, teeth and splinters of bone into the stone. Pedro Cantor's last warning remained in Calgar's mind. There were concealed routes through the palace, maintenance shafts, armored transit tunnels, teleport chambers protected beneath the inner keep. Any one of them offered a safer ascent. Calgar had refused them all. Abaddon had been challenged before the eyes of a world. The response had to be seen. If Calgar crept toward the Eyrie beneath stone, the War Master might read caution, where Calgar required him to see pride. The trap depended upon belief. It depended upon Abaddon thinking the chapter master had placed honor above strategy. That lie had already cost hundreds of lives. It would cost more. The first raptor fell from the smoke without warning. He struck the Victrix shield line feet first, jump pack roaring. Lightning claws scraped down an energized shield and threw arcs of blue light across the causeway. A second traitor descended behind him, then a third, the sky filled with black armor. Lock shields, Calgar ordered. The Victrix Guard closed. Raptors hit them like artillery shells. One was caught upon 3 power swords and cut apart before his boots touched stone. His torso spun into the open air, trailing black blood and coils of intestine. Another landed behind the line and drove lightning claws beneath a Victrix warrior's gorget. The hooked blades entered through the neck seal, spread inside the breastplate, and pulled outward. The Ultramarine's chest opened. Ribs snapped free. Lungs and portions of both hearts came through the ruptured armor in steaming loops. The warrior remained upright long enough to stab his sword through the raptor's abdomen before both fell from the causeway. Bolters thundered. Explosive shells struck traitor plate at arm's length. A raptor's helm burst inward, filling the cavity with shattered lenses and brain matter. Another took 3 rounds through the pelvis. His legs separated beneath him, leaving the upper body clawing across the bridge until a Victrix shield crushed his skull against the stone. Calgar advanced through the center. The gauntlets of Ultramar fired in disciplined sequence. He did not waste shots upon airborne silhouettes moving beyond reliable kill vectors. He fired when raptors committed to descent, when their jump packs fixed their trajectory, and their armor presented a stable target. One fell with his chest hollowed, another lost an arm and half his face before vanishing beneath the bridge. "Forward," Calgar said. Every meter had to be taken. The raptors had hung captives along the ascent. Guardsmen and palace servants dangled from chains fixed to broken statuary. Some had been flayed while alive. Their skins had been stretched across imperial icons and painted with the eye of Horus. Others had been opened from throat to groin, their organs looped around aerials so the wind might spread the stink farther. One man still breathed. His body hung upside down from a statue of St. Drusus. Both arms had been removed. His abdomen had been opened and packed with burning devotional parchment. He saw Calgar pass. "My lord," he whispered. Calgar stopped for less than a heartbeat. The man's eyes widened, believing salvation had come. Calgar fired once. The bolt destroyed his head and ended the pain. The formation continued upward. Harken Worldclaimer watched from the belfry of a ruined shrine. The Hellspear rested across one shoulder. Around him, raptors clung to the tower's exterior like carrion birds. Their jump packs coughed black flame into the smoke. Below, the blue warriors moved with hateful discipline. Calgar did not hurry. He did not rage. He treated every ambush as another equation to be solved, every corpse as another expense already entered into his calculation. Harken despised him for it. The chapter master's challenge had crossed every Black Legion channel. Warriors still repeated its words in low voices, testing the insult as one tests a blade. Slave to Horus's failure, carrion feeding upon what remained. Calgar had not spoken to the Imperium. He had spoken to Abaddon's oldest wound. Harken understood the purpose. He understood that the Ultramarine wanted the War Master here, upon the Eyrie, beneath the eyes of both armies. Yet understanding a snare did not always grant freedom from it. Some traps worked because the prey considered refusal a deeper wound than capture. "Second Talon," Harken said, "take the western bridge. Third Talon, descend behind the shield wall." A raptor lord inclined his horned helm. "And you?" Harken looked toward the summit. "I ensure the path remains open for the War Master." The raptor laughed. "You fear Calgar will take your head before Abaddon arrives?" Harken turned the Hellspear. The blade stopped beneath the warrior's throat. "I fear only irrelevance." He fired his jump pack and left the belfry. The next ambush struck where three bridges converged beneath the Ares' outer ring. Raptors came from every direction. They descended from burning towers, rose from beneath the causeway, and launched from statuary suspended in broken gravity. Autocannon fire struck the Victrix line. Shields flared. One warrior was lifted from his feet and hurled against the parapet, his torso broken inside intact armor. Calgar saw the encirclement close. "Advance wedge," he ordered. The Victrix guard shifted around him. Raptors landed ahead. More struck behind. A traitor champion came through the smoke, wearing a cloak made from stitched human faces. Twin claws extended from his fists, each blade vibrating with a caged power field. "MARNEUS CALGAR," he snarled. "Your corpse will hang above the War Master's throne." Calgar fired his left gauntlet into the bridge supports behind the champion. The bolts detonated inside the ancient stone. Cracks raced along the causeway. The raptor champion lunged. Calgar met him. One claw scraped across the armor of Heracles and tore away a plate from the abdomen. The second descended toward Calgar's helm. Calgar caught the warrior's wrist. His right gauntlet drove into the traitor's torso. The power fist entered through breastplate and ribcage. It emerged from the raptor's back, carrying fragments of spine, both hearts, and a mass of blackened organs. Calgar lifted the body from the ground. The champion twitched upon his arm. "You came too close," Calgar said. He threw the corpse into the raptors behind it. The bridge collapsed. Stone, iron, and traitor bodies fell together. Raptors fired their packs in desperate bursts. but the broken structure caught many beneath it. Scores vanished into the abyss, dragged down beneath tons of burning masonry. The Victrix Guard crossed the remaining span before it failed. Harkon descended before them. The Hellspear struck a shield and punched through it. The hooked blade entered the warrior behind, tore through one lung and severed the spine. Harkon twisted the weapon free, dragging organs and armor fragments through the wound. Calgar fired. Harkon turned sideways in the air. Bolts passed beneath him and struck the tower beyond. He landed upon a broken statue. "You climb well for a dying empire," the World Claimer said. "You speak often for a warrior who avoids battle. I have no desire to become the corpse decorating your challenge. Then you understand your worth." Harkon launched from the statue. The Hellspear swept toward Calgar's head. Calgar raised one gauntlet and caught the shaft. The impact fractured the stone beneath both warriors. Harkon fired his jump pack at full thrust. The force dragged Calgar forward. For an instant, they stood helm to helm. "You think the War Master does not see your hand?" Harkon asked. "He sees what I require him to see." Harkon released the spear with one hand and fired his sidearm into Calgar's wounded side. Bolt rounds exploded against the armor of Heracles. Calgar's grip faltered. The World Claimer tore the Hellspear free and rose into the smoke. Calgar fired after him. One round struck Harkon's pauldron and spun him through the air, but his jump pack corrected. He landed upon an inverted bridge above the causeway and looked down. "I will remember your fall," he said. "You will report it," Calgar answered. "That is all you were made to do." Harkon vanished toward orbit. The insult followed him. Calgar reached the eyrie with fewer than half the warriors who had begun the ascent. The summit had become a circular ruin open to the sky. Mirrored pillars leaned around a floor of cracked blackstone. Fires burned beneath the outer arches. Beyond them, Vigilus stretched into darkness, its continents veiled by smoke and the flashes of war. The remaining Victrix Guard formed around Calgar. He looked toward the heavens. The air changed. Pressure gathered above the eyrie. Every flame bent inward. The stone floor split as teleportation energy erupted across the summit. Mortals sheltering in nearby galleries died before the first Black Legion warrior appeared. Some were crushed by the pressure wave. Others ruptured from within as warp discharge boiled their blood. Bodies burst against the walls, leaving wet silhouettes where men had stood. Black Terminators emerged from violet light. The Bringers of Despair came first. Possessed followed, their armor swollen around claws, mouths, and exposed organs. Then Abaddon arrived. His presence struck the eyrie like a weapon. The talon of Horus flexed beside him. Draconian rested in his other hand, its blade moving as though breathing. Every living mind upon the summit heard the daemon whisper. It spoke in the voices of dead fathers. It promised the end of duty. It named hidden fears. One palace defender tore off his helm and began screaming. A Black Legion bolt removed his head before the sound ended. Abaddon looked across the ruin at Calgar. "You have mistaken audacity for power." Calgar raised the gauntlets of Ultramar. "You answered." The bodyguards collided. Victrix warriors charged behind locked shields. Bringers of Despair met them in a storm of bolter fire and power weapons. Terminator plate cracked beneath repeated sword blows. Shields split. Lightning claws entered armor joints and pulled out flesh in ropes. A possessed seized an ultramarine by both arms. The Victrix warrior drove his sword through the creature's mouth. The possessed pulled. Both arms tore from the ultramarine's shoulders. Blood erupted from the sockets. The warrior remained standing until another mutant opened his abdomen and dragged his intestines across the floor. Disciplined volleys answered. Ultramarine bolts hammered mutated bodies apart. A possessed lost its head, yet the mouth in its chest continued screaming as it charged. Concentrated fire burst the torso and spread organs, teeth and armor splinters across the mirrored pillars. Calgar moved away from Draconian. He fired as he circled. The gauntlet's bolters struck Abaddon's armor in controlled bursts. Explosions broke across the War Master's breastplate and pauldrons. Some detonated against defensive fields. Others gouged black ceramite and exposed the ancient metal beneath. Abaddon answered with the talon. The weapon's bolters roared. Shells crossed the area between them. Pillars burst. Blackstone tiles leapt from the floor. A Victrix warrior was caught between the exchange and came apart, his torso transformed into a cloud of red mist and broken plate. "You baited me with Horus," Abaddon said as he advanced. "I named the master whose shadow you still inhabit. I broke his shadow before your Primarch learned to crawl from his stasis tomb. You carry his claw." Abaddon fired again. Calgar turned behind a mirrored pillar. The rounds struck it and detonated. Shards passed through his armor joints and cut into the flesh beneath. "You wage his war," Calgar continued. "I wage mine. Then prove it." Abaddon crossed the distance. Calgar stepped back. A damaged flagstone broke beneath his weight. His foot plunged through the floor. The hesitation lasted less than a heartbeat. It was enough. The talon of Horus closed around Calgar's left arm. Adamantine claws penetrated the gauntlet. Power cables severed. Ceramite broke from wrist to elbow. One claw entered the flesh beneath and emerged through the opposite side, carrying strands of muscle and shattered bone. Abaddon twisted. The damaged gauntlet tore partially free. Calgar's arm opened beneath it. Blood poured across the blackstone. Cables, armor, fragments and strips of flesh hung from the ruin. Abaddon pulled him closer. "This is the power you offered, Vigilus?" Calgar drove his exposed fist into the War Master's jaw. The blow cracked bone. Abaddon's head snapped sideways. Calgar tore his trapped arm free, leaving flesh between the talon's claws, and struck upward with the intact gauntlet of Ultramar. The power fist entered beneath Abaddon's guard. The impact lifted the War Master from the floor. Stone ruptured beneath them. Mirrored pillars shattered. Abaddon flew backward through the debris and struck the outer wall hard enough to break it open. For a moment, silence claimed the area. Calgar stood with one arm ruined and blood running from his armor. Abaddon rose. His jaw sat crooked. Blood darkened his teeth. Then he smiled. Drachnian moved. Calgar saw the blade descend and raised his damaged hand by instinct. The demon sword passed through it. Fingers, armor, and bones separated without resistance. The severed digits fell smoking to the floor. The second stroke opened the armor of Heracles. Drachnian entered beneath the breastplate and passed through Calgar's chest. Ceramite split from sternum to flank. Ribs sheared apart. One of his hearts burst around the blade, filling his thoracic cavity with blood. The demon drank his agony. Abaddon tore the sword free. Calgar fell to one knee. Blood poured from his armor in widening streams. His remaining heart hammered against failing pressure. Warning runes filled his vision, then dimmed one by one. He looked up. Abaddon stood over him. The talon of Horus opened. Drachnian rose for the killing stroke. Drachnian descended. The demon sword carried the death of empires within its edge. Its whisper filled the ruined area of reflection, speaking through the mouths of the fallen and the memories of every warrior still alive upon the summit. It promised oblivion without duty. It promised surrender without shame. MARNEUS CALGAR knelt beneath it. One heart had ruptured inside his chest. Blood filled his armor faster than damaged life support systems could drain it. His left hand lay in severed pieces across the blackstone floor. The mutilated gauntlet of Ultramar hung from his opened arm by cables, strips of muscle and broken armor seals. Abaddon stood over him. The War Master's jaw was cracked from Calgar's blow, but triumph burned within his eyes. The talon of Horus opened beside him. Drachnian rose above Calgar's exposed head, its edge bending the light of Vigilus's burning skies. Then the Imperial fleet began to die. Arch-Commodore Hensman gave the final attack order from the broken bridge of the Laurels of Victory. the command deck had lost atmosphere twice. Emergency shutters covered the largest hull breach. Dead officers remained strapped into their thrones because there was no one available to remove them. Blood drifted in globules through failing gravity, passing between hololithic images of warships already reduced to burning debris. Hensman stood beneath the tactical display, with one hand pressed against a wound in his abdomen. "All vessels," he said, "advance." No captain asked for clarification. The Imperial formation accelerated toward the Black Legion armada. Battleships moved first, their engines forcing ancient hulls beyond safe tolerances. Cruisers followed through the wakes of vessels larger than cities. Frigates and destroyers spread around them in ragged wings. Merchant carriers, refinery ships, and armed transports advanced beside true warships, their captains knowing that armor meant little when facing the batteries of the Long War. The Black Legion opened fire. Lances crossed the void. An Imperial cruiser lost its bridge beneath the first strike. The command tower disappeared inside a sphere of white flame. Every officer aboard died, but the vessel continued along its final heading. Gun crews below deck received no order to halt. They loaded, aimed, and fired while their captains' vaporized remains settled across the shattered throne. Macro cannon batteries answered. Hundreds of ratings died serving each broadside. Shells the size of hab blocks were dragged through loading chambers by chains, servitors and crews who had long since exhausted themselves beyond pain. A ruptured hydraulic line swept 20 men into the breech of a gun. The shell followed before their bodies could be removed. The weapon fired. Bone, machinery, and human flesh became part of the recoil. The broadside struck a Black Legion cruiser and broke open its flank. Armor peeled outward. Demons bound within the vessel's walls erupted into the void, shrieking without air. Traitor warriors, slaves, and decks of machinery spilled into darkness. The Chaos Fleet closed around the Imperial ships. Boarding torpedoes penetrated hulls already weakened by bombardment. Black Legionaries entered gun decks and engineering shrines, killing amid smoke too dense for mortal sight. Bolters burst voidsmen against bulkheads. Chainblades chewed through press-ganged ratings, while officers drove fresh crews toward the weapons. The Imperial fleet did not attempt to survive. It sought to be seen dying. Every lance discharge, every reactor flare, and every desperate torpedo spread pulled the attention of the Black Legion augurs toward the sacrifice. Behind the fighting, hidden within layers of wreckage and electromagnetic ruin, Vol's ghost moved unseen. The Eldari vessel passed between burning ships without appearing upon Imperial or traitor instruments. Its slender hull reflected neither fire nor starlight. It moved as though the void refused to acknowledge its presence. The 6 missile carriers approached through the debris field. 2 had lost engines. 1 trailed atmosphere and bodies from a torn cargo deck. Another was guided by servitors, because its human crew had been blinded when a plasma conduit burst across the bridge. Their pilots continued toward the rendezvous. Imperial escorts deliberately exposed themselves around them. A damaged destroyer emerged from behind a wrecked defense monitor and fired every surviving weapon at the nearest Black Legion battleship. Return fire tore it open from prow to stern. The vessel became a chain of explosions, broad enough to blind auger arrays across half the engagement zone. Beneath that brilliance, the missile carriers reached Vol's ghost. Eldari gravitic systems pulled the Death Strike cradles from their holds. The weapons crossed open void between the vessels, each missile larger than a battle tank and surrounded by servitors, seals, and chains of devotional parchment. 4 carried strategic warheads. 2 contained vortex payloads. The crews aboard the landers watched their cargo disappear into the Xenos vessel. They had never been assigned a return route. The last carrier transmitted a single message before turning away. "Transfer complete. Draw their eyes." The landers accelerated toward the Black Legion screen. They broadcast targeting signals at maximum strength. Defense batteries found them at once. The first vanished beneath lance fire. The second was broken by interceptor cannon. Bodies and broken cockpit glass spread through space in a glittering red fan. The remaining vessels continued forward until the enemy destroyed them. Vol's ghost passed through the opening their deaths created. Upon the vengeful spirit, warning systems reacted too late. The Gloriana-class flagship had survived the Horus Heresy, the Wars of the Eye, and 10,000 years of vengeance. Its armor bore scars inflicted by weapons forgotten by the Imperium. Demons inhabited its conduits. Ancient traitors walked decks upon which the rebellion against the Emperor had first become inevitable. Vol's ghost struck its flank. The Eldari vessel drove through gun galleries and armor layers, carrying the Death Strike missiles into the body of the War Master's flagship. The first warhead detonated inside a crew district. Kilometers of corridors disappeared. Slaves, legionaries, and machinery became expanding vapor. The pressure wave traveled through the hull and crushed men inside sealed armor. The remaining conventional warheads followed. Gun decks split open. Magazines detonated. A tower containing thousands of Black Legion serfs folded inward and vanished into fire. Then the vortex weapons awakened. Reality tore. A circular wound opened inside the vengeful spirit. It possessed no color, because color could not survive within it. Decks, warriors, and armor were dragged toward the rupture. Black legionaries drove claws into the floor as the pull increased. Some were torn in half, their lower bodies disappearing while their hands remained embedded in iron. Demon engines screamed as bound entities were ripped from their shells. Whole sections of the flagship folded toward the vortex. Towers collapsed inward. Hull plates kilometers across twisted from their foundations. Atmosphere fled into the void carrying bodies, fires, and fragments of shrines older than the Imperium. The second vortex warhead detonated deeper within the wound. For an instant, the warp entered the ship without a Geller field to define the boundary. Shapes pushed through. They seized traitors and demons alike. Warriors were drawn screaming into colors that flayed memory from flesh. Black Legion crewmen became strands of blood and shadow before the rupture swallowed them. The vengeful spirit shuddered from prow to stern. Its engines faltered. Across the Eyrie, Harkon Worldclaimer's voice entered Abaddon's helm. War Master. Drachnian stopped a hand's breadth above Calgar's skull. Harkon's transmission carried explosions, screams, and the grinding death of the ancient flagship. The vengeful spirit is breached. Vortex detonation within the central hull. Warp integrity is failing. Abaddon's eyes remained upon Calgar. The ultramarine knelt beneath him, bleeding out upon the stones. "One moment," Abaddon said. "We do not possess one. The ship is preparing an emergency translation. If you remain upon Vigilus when it enters the warp..." Harkon's warning dissolved beneath static. Calgar looked up through dimming vision. Abaddon understood. The fleet had been bait. The Titan War had been bait. The bulk landers had been bait. Calgar's challenge, his ascent through the raptors, and his broken body beneath Drachnian had all been components of the same design. The War Master had seen the snare. He had entered it regardless, not because Calgar believed Abaddon incapable of recognizing manipulation, but because the Chapter Master had understood the choice his enemy would make once victory and legacy stood upon opposite sides of the blade. Kill Calgar and risk losing the vengeful spirit. Withdraw and preserve the instrument of the long war. The War Master looked down at him. "You did not defeat me." Blood bubbled from Calgar's mouth. "No." Abaddon leaned closer. "You sacrificed your fleet, your armies, and your world to wound my ship." "I knew," Calgar whispered, "what you valued." Rage passed across the War Master's face. Not uncontrolled fury, something colder, the recognition that his enemy had reached beyond strength and struck at purpose. Abaddon lowered Drachnian. For one heartbeat, Calgar believed he would finish the stroke despite the warning. Then, teleportation energy gathered around the War Master. "You have purchased breath," Abaddon said. "Nothing more." He turned toward the bringers of despair. "Leave the beasts." Several greater possessed, separated from the fighting. Their bodies had swollen beyond the proportions of space marines. Armor split around exposed muscle, horns and mouths. One walked upon legs bent backward like those of an animal. Another possessed arms ending in clusters of hooked claws. Abaddon looked at Calgar one final time. "Bring me his skull when the world is ash." The Warmaster vanished. The Bringers of Despair disappeared with him, drawn toward the wounded flagship. Harkon's signal vanished from the local channels as the World Claimer withdrew to oversee the evacuation. Calgar remained upon his knees. The first greater possessed struck him across the chest. The blow threw him through a broken pillar. The armor of Heracles split further when he hit the floor. His ruined heart emptied another surge of blood into his thoracic cavity. The creature reached him first. Its claws entered beneath the breastplate and pulled. Ceramite tore away. Rib bones cracked. The possessed forced one hooked limb through Calgar's chest and pierced his remaining heart. His vision went black. The second beast seized his helm and tore it free. Armor seals ruptured. Its claws opened his throat from beneath the jaw to the collarbone. Blood flooded his mouth and poured across the floor in rhythmic bursts that weakened with every beat. The creatures argued above him. The sounds came through multiple mouths, speaking in different voices. "The skull is mine. The heart was promised. He has no heart left. Then take the eyes." Claws reached toward Calgar's face. His body died. Deep within his altered physiology, a sealed organ recognized terminal trauma. The Belisarian furnace opened. Emergency chemicals flooded his bloodstream. Hyperstimulants struck exhausted muscle. Coagulants entered severed arteries. Stored reserves of metabolic force ignited through organs already collapsing. Calgar returned to awareness inside absolute agony. His remaining heart was punctured. His throat was open. One arm ended in a mutilated hand. Blood had drowned one lung and filled his mouth. The greater possessed bent over him. Calgar moved. The intact gauntlet of Ultramar struck sideways. Its power field connected with the creature's head. Skull, horns, and upper torso disappeared. The impact burst the possessed from the shoulders upward, spreading black brain matter, teeth, and shredded organs across the area. Fragments of armor struck the second creature hard enough to stagger it. Calgar tried to rise. His legs answered once. He reached one knee, blood pouring from his throat in thick ropes. The gauntlet fired. Bolts struck the second possessed in the abdomen. Its stomach ruptured. Mutated intestines spilled through broken plate, twisting like serpents across the floor. The creature charged regardless. Calgar lifted his fist. He had no strength remaining to strike. A power sword entered the possessed from behind and emerged through its chest. The blade rose. The beast split from sternum to skull. A Victrix warrior kicked the corpse away. The surviving bodyguards reached their chapter master through a corridor of dead traitors. Only a handful remained. Their shields were shattered. Armor hung open around wounds. One fought with a severed arm, clamped beneath his remaining pauldron. They formed around Calgar. "Lord," one said. Calgar attempted to answer. Only blood emerged. The Victrix guard lifted him. Raptors returned to the area as the extraction gunship descended. Autocannon rounds struck the summit. Stone erupted around the Ultramarines. A wounded Victrix warrior turned and locked his shield before the others. "Go!" The next burst broke the shield. Shells entered his torso. His body vanished from the waist upward, but the lower armor remained standing for an instant before falling. The Storm Raven struck the platform with its ramp open. The survivors carried Calgar aboard. Warp talons emerged from a fracture above the gunship. One landed upon the wing and tore into the engine housing. The pilot ignited the thrusters before the ramp fully closed. The Storm Raven plunged from the area. The warp talon clung to the hull until a turret burst removed both its arms. It fell into Saints Haven, shrieking as it struck a collapsing tower. Demon fire pursued the gunship. A bolt of black flame struck the tail. Warning systems screamed. The Storm Raven rolled between falling masonry, while the eyrie collapsed behind it. Mirrored towers broke apart and descended through the smoke, crushing palace districts beneath millions of tons of stone. Apothecaries opened Calgar's armor before the gunship cleared Saint's Haven. They cut through damaged plates. They clamped the wound in his throat and forced artificial circulation through his remaining heart. One apothecary placed both hands inside the chapter master's chest, while another worked to seal the punctured organ. Calgar did not awaken. Above Vigilus, the vengeful spirit entered the warp. The wounded vessel disappeared inside a storm of ruptured light. Black Legion ships followed in disorder, some abandoning troops still fighting upon the planet. Others burned as they translated, carrying damage that would kill them beyond reality. The Imperial fleet did not pursue. Almost 80% of the vessels committed to the screen had been destroyed. The survivors drifted among their dead. Vigilus remained. It did not remain clean. Dirkden belonged to the cult. Otek had fallen into silence. Orc warlords ruled the wastes from moving fortresses of iron and bone. Black Legion remnants entrenched themselves around the Vulian swirl. Warp-spawned things walked through districts abandoned during Calgar's fires. Several billion human beings were dead. The Nachmund gauntlet still trembled. Pedro Cantor stood inside the apothecarium when Calgar opened his eyes. The chapter master lay beneath surgical machinery. Iron braces held his torso immobile. Tubes entered his chest. His throat had been replaced by a mechanical reconstruction of silver, cable, and synth flesh. One heart remained ruined, beyond immediate recovery. Cantor looked down at him. The enemy fleet has withdrawn. Calgar's augmetic throat produced a harsh metallic rasp. Vigilus? Still ours where we can stand upon it. Calgar turned his head toward the casualty display. Red covered the world. Do you consider it saved? Cantor asked. Calgar studied the numbers. Then he activated the command relay. Prepare the surviving armor groups. Reconstitute the Hyperia line. Crom Dragongaze will strike the lower transit layers. Aedion will retake the eastern bastions. Begin bombardment of every confirmed cult access point. Cantor watched him issue the orders from beneath the surgeon's blades. You have not answered. Calgar's artificial throat clicked. Salvation was never promised. Outside, fresh Imperial armies marched beneath skies blackened by ash. They passed the burned districts, the mass graves, and the roads paved with those Calgar had sacrificed. Regimental banners rose above the columns. Priests walked beside tanks, preaching that Vigilus had endured by the Emperor's will. Calgar looked upon the next casualty projection. Only duty,